base.
Yes.
Right. Good morning. Oh, sorry about that, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I just want to let you know we're going to be starting probably in about 5 minutes. We're waiting on a few members, so about 5 minutes. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We'll go ahead and get started. First, I want to say it's a privilege to welcome you all today to the sixth meeting of the Georgia House of Representatives Blue Ribbon Committee on Elections and Procedures here in beautiful Americus, Georgia. I'd like to begin by extending our sincere gratitude to South Georgia Technical College for graciously hosting us today here in Americus. Your hospitality and support are truly appreciated. And it is a setting that is a perfect reminder of how deeply connected our institutions of learning are to the work of building a stronger Georgia. I'd also like to thank Commissioner Greg Dozier of the Technical College System of Georgia for his partnership for allowing this committee to meet at technical college campuses across the state this past summer and fall. Commissioner, your leadership and the leadership of the entire technical college system has been instrumental to strengthening Georgia's workforce and the economic development across the state of Georgia. These colleges are not only engines of opportunity for our students, they are also cornerstones of our state's future, ensuring that we have a trained and talented workforce in every corner of Georgia to compete, innovate, and to grow as a state. So thank you very much. To the members of this committee, thank you for all your hard work and your dedication throughout the summer and the fall. I know it has required time away from your families, your businesses, and other responsibilities, and I deeply appreciate the seriousness in which each of y'all have approached this effort over the past few months. Your commitment is helping us bring forward thoughtful, meaningful recommendations to improve the administration of elections in Georgia ahead of the 2026 election cycle. Since our first meeting, we've heard a wide range of testimony from across the election landscape. We've listened to state and local elections officials, party leaders, advocates, and most importantly, Georgia's citizens, the people who rely on a secure, transparent, and accessible election system. From our state election superintendents, we've heard what it really takes to run elections on the ground. From staffing to technology to voter engagement, their voices are critical in this process, and I want to thank them all for the difficult work they do in every election cycle, and thank all the ones who have participated in this committee over the past few months. Today, we'll dive into several important issues. First, we'll hear about potential executive orders that may impact our election process and administration in Georgia and across the country. We'll have an in-depth discussion on the National Voter Registration Act, how it's currently being implemented in Georgia, and potential areas for improvement and potential changes the U.S. Congress might make. We'll also take a hard look at early voting, its benefits, its financial strains on local governments, and whether a one-size-fits-all model is truly working for Georgia. Our state is diverse in geography, in population, and its resources. We must ask ourselves if our current model best serves both voter accessibility and local administrative capacity. It has been an honor to serve as chairman of this committee, and I want to thank each of you again, committee members, staff, guests, and citizens, for being here today and for your participation during this process. We have an important ground to cover, and I look forward to a productive meeting. Thank y'all all. And first, we're going to hear from Dr. John Watford, who's president of the institution here. Dr. Watford.
Thank you, Chairman Fleming. And I just want to give a formal welcome to everyone here. We're glad that you all are on the campus of South Georgia Tech. We are one of the 22 technical colleges in Georgia. We have been here since 1948. The Georgia legislature set up two technical, at the time they called them vocational trade schools in Georgia for post-secondary education. One at North Georgia, and they called it North Georgia Tech, and one here in Americus, they called it South Georgia Tech. Today, we are the only two technical colleges that still have on-campus housing, and we both had on-campus housing ever since then. We embrace our mission of workforce education. The Georgia legislature has been very good to us, and I've been at this college for 35 years, and I can't say when we've had more support than we do now from our elected officials. And so we sincerely appreciate what y'all do to enhance the mission that we have to further the economy of Georgia through workforce education. You know all of our technical colleges. I'm going to very quickly tell you a couple of things that make us different. We have a program. I was telling Representative Kelly about a common denominator friend that we have. with Caterpillar. We have a partnership with Caterpillar where they train, or at least the dealers of Caterpillar, train their technicians on our campus from not just Georgia and Yancey Caterpillar, but from Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Florida. And they come in and stay in our dormitories and work for 8 months, or not 8 months, but 8 weeks on campus. And then they go back the second 8 weeks to their dealership site, and another group comes in and replaces them in the dorms. And they do that for 2 years, swapping in and out till they earn an associate's degree in heavy equipment technology or electrical power generation. So it's a great partnership. Caterpillar supports us with training for our instructors, with equipment and supplies. And of course, they recruit the students, and those students are employed by Caterpillar when they graduate, and it's an amazing opportunity for young people. Everything I just said about Caterpillar also applies to John Deere. We have a John Deere partnership, does the same thing for the southern states in Georgia. So that's one of the unique things about South Georgia Tech, and we can do that because of our own campus housing. We are the smallest enrollment-wise technical college in the state. We serve the rural counties of Crisp, Macon, Marion, Sumter, Sly, Webster, and Taylor counties. The combined population, according to the 2020 census of those 7 counties, the combined population is 81,000 people. The number of high school students in Gwinnett County exceeds 100,000. So we have more human beings in our 7 counties than they have high school students in Gwinnett County. It makes apples and oranges out of how we function, but we all have the same mission. We also boast the fact that we have the largest percentage in the state of full-time students. We have more full-time students percentage-wise than any of our other technical college brothers and sisters because we embrace that occupational education. All that to say, we're glad you're here. We appreciate your support. For those who need the facilities, I'll give the housekeeping real quick. If you go into the rotunda to the right, our men's room's the first opening on the right, and then the ladies' room is a little bit further down. If you go through the rotunda to the left, there's another bank of restrooms where the vending machines are. As well, we also have iPhone and Android power stations for your phones if you need to power your phones out in the hall. So we are glad you all are here. Welcome to South Georgia Tech, and if there's any way we can make your visit more comfortable, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Watford. We really appreciate it. Next, we'll hear from, yeah, absolutely. Next, we'll hear from, hold on a minute, Stuart. Next, we'll hear from our colleague in the House, Chairman Chokus, who represents Americus Sumter County. Chairman?
Thank you. I just wanted to extend my welcome as well to my home, Americus, Georgia. I appreciate the committee members coming and being here, and Chairman Fleming, I appreciate you choosing this location so we can spotlight our community to the rest of the state. Many of you have already been here, had been here before, but some of you hadn't, and so you're able to see the quality of life that we have in South Georgia. I appreciate the good work that y'all are doing because it's extremely important, and I also appreciate the fine job that President Watford does for South Georgia Technical College, because South Georgia Technical College is an integral part of our community. So with that being said, I'll let y'all get back to work, and again, thank you for being here and welcome to my home, Americus, Georgia.
Thank you, Chairman Chokus. Next, I'm going to do quick member introductions, let the members tell you where they represent in Georgia. So I'll start with Chairman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Victor Anderson. I'm State Representative for District 10, which is most of Habersham County and all of Rabun County. So it's about 4 hours northeast of here.
Representative Draper.
Good morning, everyone. Representative Syra Draper. I represent District 90, which is in DeKalb County, includes City of Atlanta and unincorporated DeKalb.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Trey Kelly from Cedartown, Georgia. I have the honor of representing the 16th House District. It's great to be here with you today. Appreciate the leadership that you've shown during this time over the summer. Appreciate the work the staff's done. This is certainly an issue at times that can get exciting and charged, but I appreciate the professionalism and the will you've shown to find true solutions to the issues we're dealing with when it comes to our election procedures. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Kelly. With that, we're going to dive into our agenda here. First, we're going to hear a presentation on elections-related executive orders. It will come from Mr. Stuart Morale, who is Deputy Legislative Counsel for the Georgia General Assembly. Mr. Morale.
Okay, so we've got when looking at the powers that the federal government has regarding elections, I think the first place we need to start to look is what the Constitution provides. So there are a number of provisions of the Constitution that affect powers related to the regulation of elections, and then, of course, a number of amendments that have been added to the Constitution over the centuries, expanding the voting rights of American citizens. So most importantly, I think in the discussion on the powers that the federal government has regarding election administration is the Elections Clause of the Constitution, which provides that the time, place, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. But Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations except to the place of choosing senators. Now that last clause really isn't applicable anymore with the adoption of the 17th Amendment, which provided for the direct election of senators. In addition to the Elections Clause, there's the Electors Clause, which provides that each state shall, in a manner as the legislature thereof may direct, appoint a number of presidential electors. So the Constitution, the body of the Constitution itself, grants state legislatures broad powers pretty much in setting state election laws and procedures, but also does authorize Congress to come in and modify those procedures as it sees, if it deems necessary. So in addition to these provisions of the main body of the Constitution, a number of amendments, of course, have been added to the Constitution. The 14th, 15th, 19th, 24th and 26th Amendments in particular all have direct impacts, either explicitly or implicitly, on election rights. All of those amendments, 14th Amendment, of course, is equal protection and due process under the law. 15th, 19th, and 26th Amendments clearly expanded the franchise to include or to prevent citizens from being discriminated on the basis of race, sex, or age if they are over the age of 18. And the 24th Amendment prohibited poll taxes, the collection of poll taxes, or preventing persons from voting in federal elections for failure to pay any other tax. All of these amendments explicitly give Congress the power to enforce them through the adoption of appropriate legislation. Regarding the powers granted under the Elections Clause, the United States Supreme Court has been very clear that it is a dual power wielded by both Congress and the states. States have primary jurisdiction. They are, as the Supreme Court has found, duty bound to adopt election procedures. And then the Supreme Court has said, if Congress does not interfere, of course, the election regulations made wholly by the states are what apply. But if Congress chooses to interfere, there is nothing in the words of the Election Clause that prevent it from doing so either wholly or partially. If Congress does speak on the matter, the congressional enactment preempts any inconsistent provisions of state law. That's out of an 1880 case that the Supreme Court heard, X-ray Siebold. In 1932, the Supreme Court kind of delineated that the elections clauses are broad and comprehensive grants of authority, so that they embrace the authority to provide for complete code of congressional elections, not only as to the time and place, but in relation to notice, registration, supervision of voting, protection of voters, prevention of fraud and corrupt practices, the counting of votes, duties and inspections of canvassers, and making publication of election returns. In short, the clause empowers the enactment of numerous requirements as to the procedures and safeguards which experience has shown are necessary in order to enforce the fundamental right of voting. Supreme Court has also held that Congress's power under the Election Clause extends to primary elections, even if those elections are being run by non-state or potential non-state actors. In the case that this holding arose out of it was in regards to political partisan primaries that were being run by the parties themselves instead of the state government. The traditional power, the Supreme Court has also found that traditional interpretations of congressional preemption do not necessarily apply when it comes to powers granted under the Elections Clause. Typically, the courts will interpret congressional preemption to only apply if it is clear that Congress intended for those regulations to preempt state regulations. The Supreme Court in 2013 found that preemption formula does not apply to the election clauses because the election and the Elections Clause and Elector Clause both specifically imply that Congress has the power to preempt. So when Congress acts under the Elections Clauses or the Elector Clauses, it is very clear that those regulations preempt the state regulations without the type of in-depth analysis the court would typically give a congressional enactment that would override another area of state law. Outside of what the Constitution has said, the Congress has adopted a few provisions I think that are going to be relevant to address the executive order that President Trump issued earlier this year, as well as rumors of potential other executive orders that may come. The first one of those would be 2 U.S.C. Section 7, which sets the election date for federal elections. This clause of federal law provides, of course, that federal elections for members of the House of Representatives shall be held on the Tuesday next after the first Monday in November in each even-numbered year. That statute has been further extended through 2 U.S.C. 1 to apply to elections of U.S. senators, and there is a similar provision of the Presidential Electors Clause code saying that presidential electors shall be appointed on that date. We'll skip that. When it comes to the mechanics of holding elections, for the longest time, Congress had done very little to enact legislation on that part. Up until the early 2000s, the only enactment was a law adopted in the mid-1800s, which provided that all votes for representatives in Congress must be on written and printed ballots or by voting machines, the use of which has been duly authorized by state law. In the early 2000s, following the 2000 presidential election as part of the Help America Vote Act, Congress did enact some fairly detailed requirements for the voting systems that are to be used in federal elections. It's too long to get into all the details right now with the time we've got today, but pretty much the big requirements are that the election system has to allow for a voter to verify his or her vote before he or she casts the ballot. They have to have the opportunity to change the ballot. Instructions need to be provided if a person votes for 2 or more candidates in a single race, and those instructions also need to warn the voter of what would happen if they proceed with casting the ballot that votes for multiple people in the same race. The election system should also produce paper audit trails to allow for the auditing of the results afterwards. And each polling place must have at least one direct voting system made available for use by individuals with disabilities. And the voting systems probably also need to accommodate the alternative language accessibility for those jurisdictions which, pursuant to the Voting Rights Act, have to provide election materials in a language other than English. Those are kind of the big federal procedures. In addition to these procedures, Congress has also enacted a number of provisions. We'll hear later about the details of the National Voting Rights Act, which establishes minimum procedures for the registration of voters in federal elections. I think y'all are all aware of the UACAVA rules that provide for a uniform system of absentee balloting by overseas voters. And there are other provisions of federal law which have require that voting places and voter registration locations be accessible to handicapped and elderly voters. And again, another part of the Help America Vote Act in the early 2000s was assistance payments by the federal government to allow states to replace punch card and lever voting machines in favor of the election equipment that now is required by the statutory provisions on federal election systems. The Supreme Court, though, has found that there are limits to Congress's power under the elections clauses. So in 1970, Congress adopted an amendment to the Voting Rights Act, which purported to lower the voting age in all elections, federal and state, to 18 years of age. A number of states challenged that regulation, and the Supreme Court, in a very divided opinion, ultimately came down to a judge. So 4 justices of the Supreme Court found that Congress, of course, had the power under the 14th Amendment to raise voting ages in all elections. 4 justices found that there was no power for Congress to lower the voting age even in federal elections, and Justice Black was the tie-breaking vote. He split the baby. When he issued the judgment of the court, he held that the Elections Clause does give Congress the power to lower the federal voting age to 18 years in congressional and presidential elections, but Congress lacked the power under the 14th Amendment to lower the voting age for state elections. So following the issuance of this opinion, there was an increased motivation on the behalf of Congress and the states to adopt and ratify what became the 26th Amendment. One of the large motivating factors in that was a lot of states felt that without a federal constitutional amendment, they would be forced by the Voting Rights Act to have one system for voting and registration for federal elections and another system for state elections, because their constitutions prohibited people between the ages of 18 and 20 from voting. So there is, of course, the possibility that, bifurcated elections could be a result of some of the provisions of federal law regarding federal elections if the states do not decide or cannot, through their own constitutional provisions, comply with those requirements. As it comes to the role of the executive branch in elections, there's really not a lot of case law that has addressed those matters. However, there is a set of cases out of Georgia which might provide some guidance, at least to how the courts here in Georgia would interpret federal action in the election matters. These actions arise out of the case of when former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, after he was indicted for a number of RICO violations in the 2020 elections case in Fulton County, asked to have his criminal case moved to the district court, the federal district court. Federal law gives federal officers the right to have criminal cases brought against them in state courts heard in federal court. And that's what Mr. Meadows attempted to do. The Northern District of Georgia denied Mr. Meadows' motion, finding, 1, that the statute did not apply to former federal officers, and 2, finding that the actions that he was alleged to have undertaken in the indictment were not lawful actions. The district court found that as a constitutional matter, executive power does not extend to overseeing state elections. Here, there is a clear constitutional authority delegating the procedures of elections to states. Thus, the executive branch cannot claim power to involve itself in state election procedures when the Constitution clearly grants the states the power to manage elections under the Elections Clause. Mr. Meadows appealed the district court's ruling to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals in Atlanta, and the 11th Circuit upheld the denial of the removal of his case. They also found that the Constitution empowers only the states and Congress to regulate the conduct of federal elections, and the 11th Circuit rejected Mr. Meadows' claim that the Take Care Clause of the Constitution, which empowers the president to ensure that the laws of the United States are enforced. The 11th Circuit found no authority to suggest the Take Care Clause empowers the federal executive to interfere with state election procedures based solely on the federal executive's own initiative and not in relation to another branch's constitutionally authorized act. So that is about the only case law that I found that existed addressing federal role in election procedures preceding President Trump's issuance of his executive order on March 25th. Just as a brief summary, the executive order that the president issued on the 25th of March this year, it had a number of different provisions. I'm just going to hit some of the big ones. It required the redrafting of the federal voter registration form that is required by the National Voter Registration Act. This is a form that all states must accept and use in regards to registering voters in federal elections. President Trump required that that form be redrafted so as to require applicants to provide proof of citizenship when voting. The executive order also ordered increased enforcement of federal laws prohibiting non-citizens from registering to vote or voting, increased cooperation between the federal government and state investigators and prosecutors on the prosecution of state laws regarding non-citizens voting or registering to vote. The president ordered that the UACAVA form that is used by uniform and overseas voters be redrafted so as to require proof of citizenship be provided, as well as the applicant proving that they are qualified to vote in the election they're seeking to vote in. As it comes to matters that the General Assembly may be addressing in the next year or so, another point of the executive order was directing the Election Assistance Commission, which is a bipartisan commission set up under the National Voting Registration Act to assist states in the Election Assistance Commission are the ones who put together the federal form, and they have also been tasked with assisting the states in implementing the provisions of the Help America Vote Act on updating federal election systems back in the early 2000s. So the president's executive order directed the ECA to update the Voluntary Voter System Guidelines 2.0 to establish a standard for voting system integrity protection, and the president directed that the guidelines should provide that the voting systems do not use ballots which a vote is contained within a barcode or QR code in the vote counting process, except where such codes are necessary to accommodate individuals with disabilities. Voting systems should also provide voter verifiable paper records to prevent fraud and mistake, and the Election Assistance Commission was directed to begin the process of recertifying all voting systems that they had previously certified and to rescind all previous certifications of voting systems. The Department of Justice and Homeland Security were also tasked with working with the Election Assistance Commission to undertake and report on the security of all electronic systems used in voter registration and voting procedures, to the extent to which such systems could be integrated into the internet or subject to being compromised by malicious software or unauthorized intrusion. Another part of the executive order also directed the Attorney General to take all actions necessary to enforce compliance with the federal Election Day statutes, so that action would be taken against any state that allowed for absentee or mail-in ballots received after Election Day to be tabulated in the process of tabulating votes for federal elections. The executive order has been challenged at least twice. It's been challenged in two federal courts. One case was in the federal district for the District of Columbia, and the other was for the District of Massachusetts. Both courts have preliminarily enjoined the executive order on being enforced on the provisions regarding redrafting the federal form and application of enforcement of the Election Day statute. I will note that neither of the provisions relating to election equipment that were in the president's executive order were challenged before the two courts, and so those matters have not technically been enjoined. In issuing their injunctions, the courts made similar rulings to what the Northern District of Georgia and the 11th Circuit made in Mr. Meadows' case. In particular, the Massachusetts court found that there is nothing in the text of the Election Day statutes that bars the states from counting ballots received in accordance with the ballot receipt laws, or that provide for civil or criminal enforcement by the Attorney General against the state. The Constitution does not grant the president any specific power over elections. So that's kind of where we are with the courts right now. We have two district courts that have enjoined the executive order, finding that at least in the initial stages, the plaintiffs in those cases have raised a valid argument that the president does not have an extensive role in enforcing federal laws regarding the time, place, and manner of holding elections. Now, this is not, of course, to say the executive branch does have an extensive role in enforcing, provisions of the Voting Rights Act, enforcing federal laws against voter intimidation. Those are not being challenged. All of the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act have all clearly empowered the Attorney General to enforce the provisions of those laws. The issue comes down to the provisions like the Election Day statute and the provisions of the Help America Vote Act that provide for the requirements of federal election equipment don't specifically authorize a role for the president to be involved with. Again, both of the cases are in their early stages. They have not actually been fully briefed and argued on the merits. The matters have not been taken up by any circuit courts, much less the Supreme Court. So at this time, I think there's an open question as to the extent of the president's authority to issue executive orders regarding election equipment and the setting of Election Day. And ultimately, I think we're just going to have to wait and see what the Supreme Court, decides if these cases ever get up to it.
Thank you, Mr. Morale, for your presentation. Questions from the committee? Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stuart, appreciate that overview and the research you've put towards it. When we're talking about when we're in this issue where we're seeing where the courts are going, and I know you're the legal counsel, not necessarily our just policy guy, but what are other states doing to prepare to implement President Trump's executive order?
So one of the cases brought, and I didn't do a lot of research on this. I only had a week to prepare. I didn't really dig into what other states have done, so I don't have an answer for what a number of other states are doing to prepare. One of the cases where the injunction was issued, the case in Massachusetts, the plaintiffs in that case were 19 different states. So a little over a quarter of the states have decided that the way they're going to address that is through litigation. The other 3/4 of the states, I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? President Draper.
Thank you. What percent of the executive order would you say, roughly, do we already do in Georgia?
My understanding is that Georgia, so a lot of we do have a requirement that applicants to vote provide proof of citizenship. That is one of the big parts of the president's executive order. So Georgia is already complying with that. Georgia doesn't count ballots that are received after Election Day that come in through the mail, so we're not affected by the president's interpretation of the Election Day statute. I think the state undertakes some vigorous investigations into matters regarding voting and voter registration by people who are not authorized. I don't know specifics, but I don't think I've heard of any state policies that prevent state or local actors from coordinating with the federal government on investigations of such matters, which is another aspect of it. So other than the potential of our current voting system, which does rely on the QR code, running afoul of the new standards that the Election Assistance Commission has been required to adopt, I think we're largely in compliant as far as I'm aware.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Morale. We appreciate your presentation and the work you do for the General Assembly. Next, we will hear from Mr. Cody Allen. He is Senior Policy Analysis for the Council of State Governments, and he'll have a presentation on the National Voter Registration Act. And I would just ask the presenters to keep their presentation to 20 minutes. Molly will keep time, and at 15 minutes, give you a heads up where we're at.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll do my best. right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here today. My name is Cody Allen. I'm a senior policy analyst with the Council of State Government's Southern Office, or CSG South. I'm here today filling in for my colleague and Director of Public Policy, Dr. Tyler Reinigal, who is in Savannah. He is in Germany, otherwise he would be here today, so I'm going to do my best to fill his shoes. Here to talk about a brief overview of the National Voter Registration Act, as well as sort of how Georgia's voter registration system compares to other states in the South, as well as touch briefly on some state legislation in the South, particularly out of Alabama, that may be of interest to the committee members. I know time is limited, so I'm going to do my best to speed through this, but happy to connect after this hearing if there's any particular areas that would be helpful to sort of dive in deeper for y'all with. Sorry, skipping through some of the introduction part since Dr. Reinigal did that last time. So today the main focus is going to be on an introduction to the National Voter Registration Act, or NVRA, the 4 primary sections that are of note to states, and then compare state voter registration systems based on the Election Administration and Voting Survey, which is a survey that is run every 2 years, 90 days after a federal election, by the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, and that is a state-reported survey. The survey goes out to the states. They collect data from local jurisdictions as well as from state election offices. It's reviewed, certified, and then the U.S. EAC reports that to Congress. And then close, if there's time, to really briefly hit on a piece of legislation out of Alabama that may be of interest to the committee members. So what is the purpose of the NVRA? So in 1993, Congress enacted the NVRA to take effect after the 1994 general election. Historians have said it's because voting turnout was so low and the standards for voter registration were so disparate and varied across states. So this was a way to both standardize that process as well as make it easier to register to vote, and therefore hopefully increase voter participation. You'll see a major part of the provision was Section 5, the motor voter section, which is where the act gets its nickname, and that required states, their Department of Motor Vehicles, as they're sort of vehicle licensure agencies, to offer the opportunity for folks to register to vote. It also offered, through Section 6, a mail-in voting application, which was designed for voters in rural areas or those with disabilities to have access to register to vote if they couldn't make it to a government office in person. Section 7, which covered states being required to offer voter registration opportunities at certain state and local offices or public agencies. So it's based on agencies that provide substantial public assistance, as well as state agencies that interact with individuals with disabilities. And then it also required states to designate other state agencies as voter registration agencies, but it didn't specify what those were. Most commonly, they're public libraries, institutions of higher education. I know, for example, in Kentucky, high schools are voter registration entities. Virginia allows employment commission offices as well as regional offices for their Department of Game and Inland Fisheries. So folks can also register to vote there. And so those are the agencies that were mentioned in Section 5 and Section 7 as being sort of required voter registration agencies. And as part of their role as a voter registration agency, these offices must distribute voter registration forms, provide information explaining additional requirements, and asking whether an individual wants to register to vote. They must assist applicants with voter registration forms if they request help. And that's important because whatever assistance those agencies provide in their other services, whether it's helping individuals with disabilities, helping folks fill out applications for SNAP or TANF or WIC, they have to provide that same level of assistance to individuals seeking to register to vote. So, if someone's visually impaired, they have to provide that same level of assistance. They also have to transmit the completed application to the appropriate state election official within an established time frame, which is 10 days after receipt, or 5 days if it's within a certain period of time near a federal election. And again, they can't require the individual to take it from the office and go mail it. They have to process it for the individual. There are also protections for sort of coercion. So employees can't, tell folks that their access to public assistance is going to be affected by whether they register to vote or decline to register to vote. So you can't sort of encourage folks to register or not to register. You just have to provide that service and assistance to them if they would like to. And then Section 8 of the MVRA establishes the process and some of the limits for how states can keep their voter lists accurate, particularly by adding newly registered voters, updating voter records, or removing ineligible voters. It allows registrants to be removed from voting lists upon their death, upon written confirmation of a change of address, or upon the registrant's request, if I request to have my name removed from the voter rolls, and then also dependent upon state law due to whatever definitions are in place in state law for mental incapacity or for criminal convictions. We know some states have some differences, whether it's after your terms of service, if you're convicted of a felony, you're reinstated the right to vote, or whether it's based on the completion of your fines and fees and your restitution payments. And then also upon the registrant's failure to respond to certain confirmation mailings, and then after that, the failure to appear to vote in 2 consecutive federal general elections after the mailing, so essentially 4 years. So if they send a notice in, say, early 2025, because they received some sort of notification that an individual had changed their addresses either through a driver's license database or the national change of address, that would sort of start the clock. And then after the 2028 election, you could remove the individual from the rolls based on the MVRA protections. But states have some flexibility in terms of when they can send out the, like what triggers they can use to send out the notice to individuals that they may be ineligible to vote, or whether they may be placed on inactive status based on sort of, mail-in ballot applications. For example, if you send it in from a different jurisdiction that you're in or a different state. And I'll sort of touch on that at the end with some of the data sharing that we're seeing between various state agencies. And so as I mentioned earlier, most of the data to compare states comes from the Election Administration and Voting Survey, which is every 2 years. And again, this is state reported data. But the main conclusion from this, and I'll kind of speed through some of these maps in the interest of time, is that Georgia is aligned pretty step by step with states in the South as well as across the country in the cadence of how often data is transferred from its Department of Motor Vehicles to the state election database, its Department of Health Statistics, things like that. So Georgia and the South are pretty aligned in how they're doing things right now. So there are really 3 types of voter registration systems that we see in the states: top-down, bottom-up, or hybrid. Most states in the South, like Georgia, as well as the US, which is about 75% of states, have a top-down system where the database is hosted on a single central platform or mainframe and generally maintained by the state with information supplied by local jurisdictions, whereas a bottom-up system generally uploads the information retained at the local level and then compiles it at regular intervals to form the statewide voter registration list. And then, of course, hybrid is some combination of the 2. The survey also asked states what entities were primarily responsible for modifying or removing voter registration records. Most often, the majority of states, more than 58%, leave this role to local officials, and only around 16% of states rely upon state officials to be the primary responsible entity for modifying or removing voter registration records. And then about a quarter of states, including Georgia, this responsibility was reported as being shared between state and local officials. And then the EAVS surveyed also reported on states on the locations where individuals were made register to vote or more importantly, submit an update to their voter registration record. I just want to note that there's some difference in the South where about half the states allow folks to update or register to vote at the polling site or voting place, whereas other states do not. But there are some asterisks there, whereas states like North Carolina only allow it at during early voting, so you can't go and update your voter registration during the regular election period or on election day. It has to be at an early polling site. And then kind of skipping through real quick, one of the main functions through the MVRA, and that was captured in the survey, is sort of looking at how states accomplish their two main primary activities related to voter registration, such as adding new voters to the database, and then also modifying or removing existing voters. And the main part of that is accomplished by accessing or linking the voter registration list to other state agency databases, like I mentioned, offices of vital statistics, departments of motor vehicles, public assistance agencies that deal with Medicaid, SNAP, disability offices like vocational rehabilitation services, and then other entities that the state designates, county municipal clerk offices, public libraries, institutions of education, fish and wildlife offices, as we've seen in some states, and employment commissions. So more than 91% of states in the U.S. Reported linking their data regularly with the motor vehicle agencies, and they reported linking that data daily. Georgia is one of those that reports regularly transmitting that data daily from the DMV to its state voter database. The second most common one is for offices of vital statistics and or the agency that handles death records in the state. About 78% of states report regularly linking that data to their state voter registration database. More than half the South, including Georgia, reports that data monthly, and that's common throughout the US as well. The third most common deals with prison or felony records. And that's only about 63% of states nationally report regularly connecting those two databases. States often reported that the data transfer cadence was monthly for that. There's about 45% of states say every month they're transferring that data to verify those two records. But this is also true in the South, where half the states, including Georgia, reported conducting those transfers monthly. And only 4 states did it daily: Alabama, Florida, Mississippi, and North Carolina. And then also somewhat uniquely, Oklahoma reported not connecting those two databases at all. Other less common agencies include, as I mentioned, the state public assistance agencies like Medicaid, SNAP, TANF, as well as disability services, and then as well as the non-NVRA mandated state agencies like your Fish and Wildlife Commission, places like that. Only Kentucky and South Carolina reported that there was a regularly scheduled weekly transfer of data from their public assistance agency to the state voter database, whereas Mississippi, Kentucky, and South Carolina were the only ones who reported regularly scheduled data transfers between their state agencies assisting individuals with disabilities and their state voter registration database. And then this kind of goes to what I mentioned briefly about some of the sort of non-MVR mandated state selected voter registration agencies, whereas Alabama and Arkansas, those are public libraries. Kentucky, high schools are designated as that. And then in Virginia, as I mentioned, they do their departments of fish and wildlife, essentially, as well as their regional employment commission offices. I'll skip through that to speed up a little bit. Likewise, as I mentioned, where the MVR requires sending the notice prior to starting that countdown of the 2 federal elections where you can remove individuals from voter databases. States do have some flexibility when they can send notices to folks marking them as inactive or letting them know that they are at risk of becoming eligible and being removed from the voting database. According to that EAVS survey, only Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina reported sending notices based on a lack of contact with the state elections office, whether it's mail being forwarded or undelivered or not being in contact with the office. Georgia reported sending that notice after 5 years of no contact, where South Carolina reported after 4 years, and North Carolina reported after 2 years. Then, as I mentioned, there's also some states send the notice that folks are going to be marked inactive and are on the path to being removed from the voter registration list based upon federal elections. And this is distinct from the MVRA process to actually remove the voter. And so Arkansas is somewhat unique in that if you miss one federal election, they'll send you a notice marking you as inactive. and that they'll begin that process to remove you from the voter rolls. And then lastly, 3 states do send semi-regularly notices based on whether there's a third party or your record is flagged in the National Change of Address database. So Florida, if that happens every year, they'll send a non-forwardable confirmation of address request where you have 30 days to respond to remain in active status on the state's voting list. Otherwise, they'll mark you as inactive and begin that process of removing you from the voter rolls. Texas and Missouri report doing that every 2 years. And then real briefly in the couple minutes I have left, so in 2023, the Alabama Secretary of State started a program called AVID, which is the Alabama Voter Integrity Database. It's essentially designed as a state alternative to ERIC, the Election Registration Information Center. And so instead of being a multi-state sort of data sharing agreement, the process of AVID is that it's a bilateral state agreement. So Alabama, for example, has 10 MOUs with other states, mostly in the South, plus Ohio, to share data with them, cross-check. And so this allows each state to have a individualized agreement and what data they're going to share, how they're going to share it, how long the agreement remains in place for, things like that. It was just codified last year, so that's why I wanted to flag it for y'all. Before it was a Secretary of State program, now it's codified into state law. And as part of that codification change, it removed the ability of the state to join groups of states to maintain its statewide voter database, and instead entered agreements with individual states. So again, it's sort of changing it to a state-to-state level agreement. Georgia has an agreement signed with Alabama. It signed it in 2023 when it was before it was codified into law in Alabama. And as you can see, it's spread throughout most of the South, plus Ohio. And with it being codified into law, I imagine it'll expand further. I didn't have time before today's presentation to get the exact figures for what it cost the state, if it led to any increased costs for the Alabama Secretary of State, because there are, of course, data protection requirements, reporting requirements. Probably happy to follow up with that at a later date with y'all. And that, I believe, is it. And sorry for rushing through it. Hope I got the 20 minutes in.
No, thank you, Mr. Allen. Great presentation. Thanks for all the data. And thank you for coming to Americus today. I'll open up the floor to questions for committee members. Chairman Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I've got a couple of questions. First of all, just on the subject we were just talking about, the Alabama program that's in place. And I haven't had time to look into this and look at the MOUs that are in place in that. Is this just share of data between the states that are participating in Alabama, or are all the participating states sharing data amongst themselves also?
Sorry. No, just between those states. So Alabama and Georgia have the agreement.
Right.
And so they can share each other's data, but just because Alabama has an agreement with Tennessee also, they can't share Georgia's data with Tennessee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then another question that I had related to, and I can find it here, but I can just tell you, in Georgia, some of the programs like the vital statistics, death records, that sort of thing that we're only updating on a monthly basis. Are those databases that we're comparing our voter rolls to, are they updated more frequently than that?
Apologies for that. Yeah, so nationally, the most common cadence for reporting that data was monthly. About half the states reported doing it monthly. So Georgia is in line with the majority of states, or the plurality of states, in reporting that data monthly. They may report the data more frequently, but this is just how they reported. If there was a regularly scheduled transfer of that data, how often was that regularly scheduled occurrence? And so they reported that monthly is the regular schedule.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other members? Thank you for your time. We really appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
All right, the next up, we'll have a presentation on the cost and impact of early voting on local municipalities and counties. We have Ms. Kaylin Day, from Government Affairs Associate for Association of County Commissioners of Georgia, and Mr. DJ Waller, Government Relations Associate for Georgia Municipal Association. Thank y'all for being here today. We appreciate y'all's time.
Well, thank y'all for allowing us to be here. I'm DJ Waller with Georgia Municipal Association.
And I'm Kaylin Day with ACCG. Thank y'all again.
So I'll get us started off. As I mentioned, we're proud to represent all 536 cities across the state of Georgia, from our largest metropolitan areas to our smallest rural communities. And no matter their size, every city shares one common goal. And that's making sure elections are accessible, fair, and trusted by the people that we serve. Cities take that responsibility very seriously. We understand that when a resident walks into a polling place, it often is a city facility. It may be city staff greeting them, and it's local tax dollars helping make this process possible. That's why we want to begin by saying this clearly. Cities support early voting. We see its value for working families, seniors, and anyone who needs that flexibility. What we're asking for is not to take it away, but to make sure it's flexible enough to work for every community, large and small. To get a clearer picture of how early voting affects cities, GMA surveyed more than 200 municipalities across Georgia. The results give us very valuable insight. Nearly 90% of cities that responded have populations under 25,000, and about 2/3 have fewer than 5,000 residents. These are small communities, the kind where city staff often wear many hats and where one person might serve as clerk, finance officer, and election superintendent all at once. When the same rules that apply to Savannah or Atlanta also apply to a city with 800 residents, it can create real strain, not from a lack of effort, but from the simple reality of limited capacity. We also found that 82% of cities pay their county or another partner to conduct elections. Only about 18% administer elections on their own. And I will get all these numbers to y'all. I know I'll be calling out a lot of numbers, but I will send that out to Molly, and she can get it to the committee. That partnership between cities and counties work well in most places. It helps ensure consistency and professionalism, but it also means cities are billed for the full cost of election operations, including all 3 weeks of early voting, even when turnout may not justify that level of staffing. When asked how much it costs to conduct a general municipal election, 71% of cities said less than $10,000. Another 17% spend between $10,000 and $25,000. So for most Georgia cities, an election that costs around $10,000 or less represents a significant share of their annual budget. And within that total, early voting can account for as much as 30 to 50% of the overall cost. That means thousands of local dollars going toward keeping polling places open for weeks, even if very few voters come through the door. Because all city elections in Georgia are nonpartisan, we don't hold primaries. That saves cities both time and money. However, when a runoff is required, it can quickly double the cost. More than half of cities surveyed said their runoff elections cost under $10,000, but many also noted they haven't had a runoff in recent memory. That shows how unpredictable and expensive that extra round can be. Most cities also hold elections in odd number years, separate from state and federal contests. That's intentional. It keeps focus on local issues like city councils, mayors, zoning, public safety, and infrastructure, the things that touch people's everyday lives. When municipal races are placed on the same ballot as gubernatorial or presidential election, those local issues can easily get lost in the noise. Turnout is another key piece of this story. Nearly 60% of cities said fewer than 10% of their voters participate during early voting. Another 17% reported early turnout between 10 and 19%. That means in most places, fewer than 1 in 5 voters are taking advantage of early voting, even though cities are staffing polling locations for 3 full weeks and 2 Saturdays. On election day, turnout improved slightly, but it's still modest. About 43% of cities said their election day turnout is below 20%, and roughly 1/3 reported total turnout above 40%. And when it comes to runoff, more than half of the cities said they haven't had one recently, and when they do, turnout typically falls below 20%. So cities are fulfilling a state requirement to operate polling places for weeks at a time, often to very few voters. So what are we asking for? We're not asking to eliminate early voting. We're asking for the option to tailor it. Let the length of the early voting reflect the size and the turnout of the community. A larger city with thousands of daily voters may need the full 3 weeks, but a small city with fewer than 1,000 registered voters could operate successfully with 1 or 2 weeks, or a few designated days, saving taxpayer dollars without reducing access. We trust local governments to make these decisions because they know their communities best. At the end of the day, this isn't about limiting access, it's about aligning expectations with reality. Cities are committed to making voting easy, fair, secure, but we need election laws that recognize the diversity of our state, from bustling metro areas to small rural towns. By allowing early voting to remain an option, not a fixed mandate, we can preserve voter access while respecting local resources and capacity. Thank you all for your time and your continued partnership in supporting Georgia cities.
Thank you, DJ. That was great. I would just like to add the perspective of the counties. So again, thank you for giving the opportunity to speak about how early voting impacts local governments as a whole, but especially the counties. And to start off this discussion, I'd like to express that ACCG's position on election policy largely hinges on the big picture idea of encouraging the state to continue working with the counties, providing them funding so that they can adequately train local election staff on election technology, as well as allotting proper funding to maintain and replace equipment as necessary. So now, in speaking with counties regarding the current advanced in-person voting structure, they are by no means one size fits all. This summer, ACCG held 8 legislative forums across the state, and it was a very common concern that we heard over and over, especially in rural areas, is the cost of this one-size-fits-all early voting structure. The requirement to fully staff at least one advanced in-person early voting location for 3 weeks, or including the 1-week runoff if needed, regardless of the type of election, leads to a cost burden where the funding could have went to improvements in daily operations or respond to any new mandates coming down from the General Assembly. It's not an uncommon story to hear that in the smaller local-only elections, votes per day are in the single digits, but staffing cost remains the same, as if they had served 2,000 voters that day rather than 2 voters that day. And I'd just like to note that as we've been collecting election data throughout the summer and before, it is a very common trend to see that the majority of those budgets are tied up in labor and paying the workers. So staffing is a big part of their budget and something to keep in mind here. So the recent Public Service Commission primary and runoff really adds some perspective to how treating early voting all the same in every county doesn't really lead to a whole lot of benefit as far as the public purse is concerned. So White County, an example here, that's Helen, for those of you that might not be as noted with the counties. The November 2024 presidential election, that was $3.29 per vote. Skipping ahead to the Public Service Commission primary, $32.82 per vote. For Ware County, much smaller, that's where Waycross is, the November 2024 presidential election was at $1.56 per vote. The PSC election saw that rise to $25.60. Now that is just 2 counties out of 159. I mean, we've been collecting this data, and something I would like to continue to share with you is that that's only for, mind you, early voting numbers. I'd like to continue to share that information with you because it is quite a leap. And so I feel that this jump in vote cost can illustrate how, again, treating every election the same can lead to the higher burden on the public's purse, even in more populated counties where early voting is utilized more often by the population. Coweta can lend some perspective here. So in the presidential election in 24, over 70% of their voters turned out early. However, and not to steal DJ's thunder here, the city of Haralson's last special election, over 17 days of early voting, 4 people showed up. They all showed up on the same day. So again, going back to the staffing cost, they paid the same amount for that election as if someone had came every day. And I think this is a good example of a county that does see a lot of value in early voting, but can also see value in having an option to tailor it to what their community needs and their community's voting habits. I'd also be remiss not to mention our larger metro counties who fully embrace and take advantage of the current early voting structure so that they can be less bombarded and more efficient on election day. You know, no one likes those long poll lines. And so I think this underscores the importance in allowing an option and respecting home rule in this area. I'd also, while I have y'all, would like to point out the concerns with the QR code removal, both in funding and timeline, very quickly. A number of counties have already had to budget for next year. Their budgeting cycle does not all stop on June 30th to prepare for that July 1st, 2026 date. So for our counties that have already budgeted for next year, it's going to be extremely difficult to pivot to funding the changes necessary to comply with the QR code removal. And as far as timeline, there needs to be ample time to make appropriate equipment changes and train the staff. With an upcoming governor's election next year, which I'm sure will be very popular, an immediate solution is needed and asked for by our counties. And we ask you keep this in mind as you craft your recommendations. Before closing out, I would like to mention that just this past week, ACCG, we had our legislative conference, and elections have been so top of mind to our county, such a worry that one of our priorities going into next session would be special election cost reimbursement. And what this looks like is requiring the state to reimburse counties for expenses incurred in the preparation and conducting of special elections to fill vacancies in statewide offices, the General Assembly, in Congress, statewide referendums, so on and so forth. So in closing, counties need clarity, they need consistency, they need funding to ensure election efficiency and integrity. Thank you again for having both of us today, and we ask for your thoughtful consideration of the cost burden to the public purse as you move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Day. For the committee, could you give us in the next few days just kind of a recap of what you just told us and the numbers and some of the polling guys?
I'm more than happy
I
to.
talked to Mr. Waller. He was going to get us a recap
Yeah.
in the next few days. I know I didn't have much time to prepare, but that'd be great for us to have that submitted in writing to the
Absolutely.
to the committee, especially the poll survey that y'all did of the 200 whatever municipalities. That'd be really good for us to see that breakdown. But thank y'all. But I'll open it up to questions. Representative Draper.
Thank you. So thank you so much for your presentation. I'm extremely sympathetic to the cost burden and the labor burden that's placed on the county just running our elections. And you know, I hear your recommendations, and I think we can probably do a little bit more outside the box thinking on this because. Your comment about one size fits all, I mean, we do have accommodations already in early voting, right? A county or a municipality can open as many early voting locations as they want. So if they have a small population, they can only open one. They can also choose to a large extent the hours that they are open and whether they're open on certain weekends. So the law already contemplates that there's flexibility within early voting. And part of my concern about lessening the early voting period, and not just that, but making it different from municipality to municipality or county to county, is that causes a lot of voter confusion. There are certainly people who have taken advantage, lots of people in Georgia who have taken advantage of the early voting system and are used to there being 3 weeks of early voting. Now, that changes across arbitrary boundaries, across our 159 counties. That causes a lot of confusion to voters who already have to deal with all these changing laws because they've been changing a lot. So what can we do? You know, I'm wondering if there's things that we can do to address your cost concerns outside of what you have recommended. First of all, I think the legislature can stop putting mandates on the counties that are also unfunded. If we are asking you to do things, we need to designate where the funding should come from, because we cannot continue to expect the county to bear the financial burden of our decisions that seem to change, flip-flop from year to year.
We would appreciate that.
Yes, I think that's the first step, and that's the very, very common sense. You know, we have the most elections of, I think, any state, between our runoffs in the primaries and our runoffs in the general elections and our off-year municipal voting. We have so many elections and voting, so many elections, excuse me. So I think one thing we could do is talk about consolidating those elections. Mr. Waller, is it? I heard you say that it's intentional that we have our municipal elections in odd years. Maybe we should explore not doing that. Right? Maybe we should explore doing that on even years, and I would like to know your thoughts on that, because if we can consolidate it, I think we're going to get more interest in those issues. More people are going to show up to vote, and people are already going to know about the elections because there's going to be commercials and all the other things. So if the aim is voter participation, I think that's an easy transition that we could make to bring more people to the polls and lower costs on the counties and the cities. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can't say I disagree. I think our thought with the cities is we don't want our mayors and council name to get lost in the sauce when they're up with the governor and things of that nature. So I think I can't say I disagree, but I think for us is we don't want, like I said, our mayors and council to be at the bottom and not being thought of as much when you have a bigger name on the ticket.
But you're going to have more people participate in that election, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, there's a value in that, and I think part of what we have to weigh as a legislature is not just the cost per vote, although that is a very interesting data point, but how can we ensure that our citizens are participating in the process, right? And I know that's something that you all want to do too. I had some legislation for the last couple of years that would lower the number of runoffs. And I think ACCG was supportive of that legislation. I think it was instead of goodness, I can't even remember what my legislation was now, but instead of a 50% plus one in order to, that would force a runoff, you could have 45%. I think that's what it was.
And I'll just let you know, we did adopt that as part of our platform.
Wonderful. Well, I think that's also something that we could do as a legislature to lessen the number of elections in Georgia and lower the cost burdens on you. I will leave it there for now.
Yeah,
But
thank you.
I do want to explore. I want to explore more options because this voter confusion issue is real.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I think we have some common goals. So thank you. I'm happy to talk more with you.
Thank you.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kaylin, DJ, thank y'all for being here. Thank you for the perspective you've offered. Have you heard from your membership what that flexibility would look like in terms of time period, just so we would kind of know when we're talking about when we hear flexibility and giving more local control. I've always been a proponent of that, but I also kind of want to know what is already being discussed as parameters. Like, are you hearing from counties or cities? What kind of reduction do you think that we would see in some of these areas?
I know I've heard, I don't want to speak for all of them because, again, like I said, they don't have monolithic needs, but I have heard from some that even though in early voting they might be down to one location, they still can't rely as much on their turnout numbers to forecast for the future. And so if they can just have more wiggle room, I know that's been in conversation. Not exactly a hard have this or not, but just some more variability on how long they have to keep the polls open, such like that.
So are we talking about a reduction in hours, or are we talking like 3 weeks, 8 to 12, or are we talking that some would want to go down to 1 week? Are we talking about Monday, Wednesday, Fridays? I'm just trying to understand what that would look like.
The general concern I keep hearing is the number of days. Quite a few of them are still running the 17 days, both Saturdays. And even though they do have some flexibility already, would just like to see more added to that so they can address their communities, how they react, their voting habits, so to speak.
If we take out the 10 or 15 large metro Atlanta counties, and we talk about, let's take out 20. So now let's just focus on 130, odd counties in Georgia that are smaller. What do you think their consensus would be about the number of days we need for early voting to still allow voters the opportunity to get to the polls, but to reduce the cost burden?
That's a great question, very fair. I just don't want to misconstrue anything, but I will say when we had our regional meetings throughout the summer, our Northwest region, we heard quite a bit about if they could cut it, a lot of those days down, like a week or so. But that's not a hard number so that they're all asking for. They just all, at least in that area, have a strong consensus on the amount of days is way too much for them, or way too much of a cost burden for so few people to show up during the day.
And I share the concerns that Representative Draper had about voter confusion.
Of course.
And so if we wanted to be consistent across state lines, do you think y'all's organizations would support if we were to not do just a full flexibility, which I know is what y'all always want. Y'all want us to get out of y'all's way and just send money. That's the line. Get out of the way and send money. But if we were to just do something statewide, do you think y'all would support a reduction to 7 or 10 days of early voting?
I don't want to speak. We'll have to talk to our members about that. I don't want to make that decision for GMA. I'm not the big dog, but we will have to talk to our members about that. And I will say we went throughout for our district meetings, and we didn't talk about elections much. The information I have today came from the survey we sent out. But the questions that you have, we can send out another survey too and get those answers for you.
I would love to hear from your membership.
Absolutely.
As to what they think if we were to do a statewide, consistent, no voter confusion length of early voting, what it should be to help reduce their costs.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to go back to our membership and ask as well. I will preface that regionally, and depending on their size and population, they might not have a consensus. But I'm happy to ask our membership and get more data to you.
Thank you, Representative Kelly. Great points, and I think it'd be great if we get ACCG to do a
Yes.
survey of the members too, that y'all could present to the committee for us to have moving forward. Be good information for us to have. Representative Draper.
Wanted to add one more thing to consider when you're going back to members with Representative Kelly's question. Part of the reason we've been so successful in Georgia in our elections on election day specifically is because we have a healthy early voting period, right? So when you're able to spread out the number of voters across a large period of time, you don't have the surge of folks going on election day. And that's something that we've been very proud of in the last several years. So I understand that 3 weeks can seem superfluous if it's a special election or a small municipal election, but in other instances, certainly presidential years, gubernatorial races, we do get a big advantage from having that entire period available for our voters.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Draper. Any other questions? Thank y'all very much for your feedback.
Thank you, committee.
Next, we're going to hear a presentation on ballot access from Mr. Brian Allen. He is the Vice Chairman of the Libertarian Party of Georgia. Welcome, Mr. Allen.
Okay, can I get my presentation up on the screen? All right, thank you. I am Brian Allen, the Vice Chair of the Libertarian Party of Georgia. I would like to thank you for inviting me here today to discuss ballot access laws in Georgia. Oh, looks like we have some sort of issue there. All right. Okay, the Libertarian Party of Georgia is a nonprofit political organization incorporated in 1972 for the purpose of extending individual human freedom. And one of the ways in which we do that is by nominating candidates for public office. Unfortunately, Georgia's current ballot access laws make it practically impossible for third-party and independent candidates to qualify for most partisan elections. The stated reason for having ballot access laws in the first place is to prevent overcrowding on ballots. But if that's true, then Georgia's laws have vastly overcompensated into the other direction. A legislative remedy is both simple and necessary to remove a permanent injunction currently in place. It's not going to take a lot of money to be appropriated. All it takes is a few changes in the law. So, what are ballot access laws in Georgia? Political parties are defined as political organizations which receive at least 20% of the vote for governor or president in the previous election. So currently that is the Democrats and Republicans. Political parties have ballot access for all elections, with candidates submitting a filing fee or a pauper's affidavit. The fee is usually 3% of the salary for that office. And if you can't afford that, then you can do a 1% petition instead. All other political organizations are classified as political bodies. So that would be the Libertarian Party, the Green Party, the Constitution Party, etc. And ballot access requirements for political bodies and independent candidates vary by election type. It's not one uniform standard. So to start with non-statewide races, so this would be U.S. House, General Assembly, even County Commission. They require a petition signed by 5% of registered voters. Note that's registered voters, not people who show up to vote. This particular requirement is why Georgia is often considered to be one of the most restrictive states in the entire country for ballot access. Alternatively, for statewide races, this would be like for governor or U.S. Senate, they require petitions signed by 1% of registered voters or to have received a number of votes equal to at least 1% of registered voters in the last general election. That usually turns out to be around 2 to 3% of the vote. There are a couple ways you can do that. Political bodies can submit petitions or candidates can submit petitions directly. There are pros and cons to both ways. Bodies can get more time for petitioning, but the requirement ends up being higher usually, just based on how the timing goes. Due to a permanent injunction, petitioning for presidential elector ballot access requires 7,500 signatures from registered voters. Alternatively, as of last year, political bodies can qualify electors by having ballot access in at least 20 other states. That's how the Green Party was able to qualify their candidate last year. And presidential electors qualify for the ballot rather than the presidential candidates themselves. That's important to note. because that messed up several presidential candidates last year who attempted to qualify for the ballot but were disqualified because they attempted to gather signatures under their own names instead of the electors' names. I know there is legislation currently pending in the General Assembly to address that. Now, there are two types of elections which have no petitioning requirement in Georgia. That would be nonpartisan elections, so like city council, mayor, and then special elections, which are not preceded by special primaries. We've seen that a lot this year with the General Assembly special elections. Something to note with the ones with special primaries, independent candidates currently can still qualify for those without petitioning. It's just like a strange way the law is worded. And I know there's also legislation that would change that currently pending the General Assembly as well. And it's important to note, even without petitioning, all elections require either paying a filing fee or submitting an affidavit. You can't just put your name on the ballot. There's always some sort of requirement. And then the alternative to obtaining ballot access is to qualify as a write-in candidate, which, as you can imagine, puts you at an immediate disadvantage if you're having to explain to voters how to vote for you. I just want to give an example. Here are sample ballots for Fulton County this year. Obviously, the city of Atlanta is not a statewide race, but it's still over 500,000 people with no petitioning requirement whatsoever. And you can see, for the top line there for mayor, it's, only 4 candidates. In other races, you have, 2 or 3 or even 1. So it's not a crowded ballot, even with no requirement at all. Comparing with some other states here in the Southeast, Florida has an interesting provision where they allow their candidates to get on the ballot if they are affiliated with a national committee recognized by the FEC. Alabama is similar to Georgia in that they have a 3% petitioning requirement, and then you need 20% to stay on. South Carolina, new political parties need 10,000 signatures, and then they can stay on the ballot just by continuing to run candidates. North Carolina requires a 0.25% petition, or you just need to receive 2% of the vote for governor or president, or you can show that you're affiliated with a political party that's running candidates in at least 35 other states in the most recent presidential election. So there are multiple ways to qualify for the ballot. And then Tennessee is, again, similar to Georgia in that you have a 2.5% petition and then 5% requirement to stay on the ballot. So even just in the Southeast, there's a wide variety, with multiple states having significantly easier ways to get onto the ballot than Georgia has. And just as an example, here's North Carolina from last year. They had both president and governor on the ballot. And you can see it's not crowded. You have 5 candidates for governor, 4 candidates for lieutenant governor. It's not a problem. You're not having the issue of a phone book that voters have to look at. So how did we get here? In 1922, the first ballot access law was passed with no petition or fee requirements. Before then, voters in Georgia were just getting their ballots straight from the political parties themselves. I would note, 1920s in Georgia is not exactly a golden era for voting. There was, massive voter disenfranchisement. So not advocating all of that, but just important to note. Then in 1940, the Communist Party attempted to nominate candidates and was barred by the Secretary of State just unilaterally. And then shortly thereafter, in 1943, we got our first requirements, a 5% petition, or to have received 5% in the previous elections. That's kind of the origin of our current laws still today. Then in 1964 was the last time an independent candidate successfully completed a petition for a congressional race. So that's over 60 years ago that anyone managed to do this. In 1972, the Libertarian Party of Georgia was incorporated. In 1986, the petition requirement was reduced to 1% for statewide races, which is what we have right now. And then in the next general election, we managed to meet that goal, got onto the ballot after collecting over 25,000 signatures. And then 2000 was the last time a third party obtained ballot access under the 1% signature requirement. That was the Reform Party, by the way, if you're curious. Then in 2016, the Secretary of State was permanently enjoined from enforcing that requirement. And we've had a temporary 7,500 requirement ever since. And then in 2022, Public Service Commission elections were canceled due to Rose v. Raffensperger lawsuit. I won't go too into detail on that, only to say that there was disagreement over how those elections should be run. 2024, SB 189 was passed, giving an alternate method of qualifying. And then in 2024, Public Service Commission elections were again canceled due to that same lawsuit. As a result, the only statewide race last year was for President of the United States. And since we were not able to gather over 1% of the vote in that race, we have now lost ballot access after having it for 36 years. And now no third party has ballot access in Georgia. So unless something changes, it's only going to be Democrats and Republicans. This year, Secretary of State's office has advised that we will need over 72,000 signatures to regain ballot access. You'll notice that number is significantly higher than the previous number that we managed to meet. Georgia's experienced both population growth and higher rates of registration due to changes in how we do registration. And I'm not saying either of those things are bad, but it does mean that the requirements have significantly increased. Now looking at Green Party of Georgia v. Kemp, which caused that injunction, the Green Party and the Constitution Party both challenged Georgia's ballot access laws in 2012. They were able to show that a 5,000 voter signature requirement is sufficient to prevent ballot crowding. The courts agreed and ruled that 1% signature requirement was unconstitutional for the presidential race specifically, and they permanently enjoined it until the General Assembly changed the requirements. So that was back in 2016 this happened. So it's been almost a decade, and the General Assembly still hasn't addressed this. Speaking of the analysis, what is an overcrowded ballot? It's obviously subjective, depending on how you want to look at it, but the way we look at it, it's more than 8 candidates is crowded. And since 1892 to 2020, there have only been 2 instances of overcrowded ballots, presidential ballots, when you had a petition requirement of at least 5,000 signatures. Both of those were in New York, by the way, just interesting. And it's important to note that the absolute number of signatures required is more important than the percentage required. So just because you double the number of registered voters in the state does not then make it half as difficult to gather signatures, right? So as the number required increases, it becomes increasingly difficult to meet, which should be intuitive. So looking at some legislation that's been passed in other states, Montana this year passed a bill to reduce petition requirements from 5 to 4%. Last year, Idaho extended their petitioning deadlines. Back in 2022, Alaska reduced their party membership requirements by about half. And then I wanted to note in 1995, Colorado passed a bill creating a filing fee alternative to their petitioning requirement and also changed their petitioning requirement to be the lesser of an absolute number or percentage. I bring this up as just a variety of different things you could consider. The only one that wouldn't apply to Georgia currently is Alaska's, since that's based on partisan voter registration, which we don't have in Georgia. I know there is talk of moving to closed primaries, and if you did do that, then it would be something to consider. So in conclusion, recommendation is simple, just reduce the petition signature requirement. You could keep the current way in which it's percentage and just lower the percentage, but I would recommend putting an actual number in there, like 5,000. And you can also look at implementing alternate qualifying mechanisms, like what you did with SB 189. Just do that for other races as well. So if you have ballot access in other states, you get it in Georgia too. I hope I've been able to show that easier ballot access does not result in a crowded ballot. We can have perfectly sensible elections with lower requirements. And unlike other aspects of election procedures, updating ballot access doesn't require any new equipment or voter education. You don't need to train poll workers. You don't need to update software. All you have to do is update the laws. And then to finish off, I would like to say, Georgians deserve to have choices on the ballot. Over 40% of Americans identify as independents, and yet we haven't had an independent be able to qualify in Georgia for a congressional race in over 60 years. Having more candidates in a race enables them to bring up different issues from different perspectives that otherwise wouldn't be present, so that the ultimate winner can consider them to be able to actually represent their constituency and everything that is in it. So with that, I would like to thank you again for inviting me, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. We appreciate you coming today and presenting. Any questions from the committee? No, thank you very much. Appreciate your time today. Okay, we are going to move on to presentations on voter accessibility. We're going to hear first from Ms. Rachel Glover. She's Associate Director of Voter Access for ACLU of Georgia. Welcome, Ms. Glover. Good to see you again.
All right, thank you. Let the presentation get up there, but Chairman Fleming, Vice Chairman, Representatives, thank you for this opportunity to speak in front of the Blue Ribbon Study Committee today on behalf of the ACLU of Georgia. Is this my clicker? Okay. My name is Rachel Glover, and I'm the Associate Director of the ACLU of Georgia's Voter Access Project. For more than 60 years, the ACLU of Georgia enhances and defends the civil liberties and rights of all Georgians through legal action, legislative and community advocacy, and civic education and engagement. Our Voter Access Project works to ensure that every Georgian has full and equal access to the democratic process, including the ability to register, cast a ballot, and have that ballot counted independently and with dignity. So I'm going to be talking to you today about accessibility in voting. Georgia's laws and federal obligations already require that every voter be able to participate regardless of disability, language, or circumstance. At least 16%, or 1.3 million of voting eligible Georgians are living with a disability. 1 in 5 white Americans, 1 in 4 black Americans, 1 in 6 Hispanic Americans, and 1 in 10 Asian Americans. This is a population in Georgia that deserves more attention, as only 62.8% of voting eligible Georgians living with a disability voted in 2020, compared to 66.4% of all other Georgians. According to an EAC and Records report showing turnout data, Georgia had one of the larger gaps between voters with disabilities voting, and at almost an 8% difference in 2023, and we had an almost 4% difference in 2024. Our goal is to look at what the law requires, where we're falling short, and how Georgia can take practical steps to make voting fully accessible and fair for everyone, even going beyond what the law requires. Making voting more accessible benefits all Georgians, not just those with disabilities, and goes beyond legal compliance. It's about identifying and removing any barriers to participation. Key takeaways today: more support is needed from the state, including a statewide funding source. I think we've realized that with multiple topics, not just this one, to aid counties in making their elections more accessible. There are simple solutions that would greatly benefit accessibility in elections, such as we need increased training for our election staff on accessibility. We need to improve access to the vote by mail process and remove criminal penalties for assisting voters with their absentee ballots. We need to implement same-day voter registration. And then lastly, I just want to remind you, making voting more accessible benefits every Georgia voter. So I'm going to cover, this is a lot, I promise I'll get through it in 20 minutes, but polling location accessibility, funding gaps, voting technology accessibility, challenges with the vote by mail process, election day challenges, voter registration challenges, and voting rights restoration. And I've also provided a handout that goes into more detail, since I'll keep this high level for the sake of time. Under Georgia law, every polling place in Georgia must be accessible to disabled and elderly voters. Enforcement is inconsistent, however. I believe this is mainly due to unequal county resources and vague legal language. The law uses language like shall select a location suitable to disabled electors if practicable, and may affect temporary modifications rather than shall affect. Accessibility shouldn't be optional or conditional. It should be treated as a mandatory priority. A polling location should never be shut down due to its lack of ADA compliance. Modifications should be made. The ACLU of Georgia deployed election observers for the November 2024 election in 25 counties during early vote and election day. We collected over 200 reports. While observers remained outside voting areas, they assessed accessible parking, entrances, and pathways. Most sites met basic accessibility standards, but some fell short. About 9 of our early vote reports and 16 election day reports mentioned challenges with accessibility regarding parking or entering the building. The ADA requirements were technically met, but there were still challenges such as the length one had to walk from the accessible parking spot to the building. Our recommendations: we need support from the state level in providing counties with accessibility toolkits. This can include portable ramps, tactile signage, and adjustable tables. And Georgia should reassess polling location rules, as current limits to public and municipal buildings and schoolhouses hurt counties. especially when schools and churches increasingly are unwilling to serve as a polling location due to security and insurance concerns. Creative alternatives like vacant commercial spaces could be considered. Overall, this is a challenge many counties are facing that deserves to be looked into. And funding gaps related to this, a county's ability to successfully run an election should not be dependent on a county's available resources. County election officials care about and aim for fully accessible polling locations. I've spoken to a lot of county election officials. They know what is needed to increase accessibility, but they often lack the resources and funding to take that extra step. So some examples. In Cherokee County, our reports from our observers have shown that the Canton early voting site is not able to accommodate the increased traffic, leading to traffic issues, several car accidents, and even blocking ballot deliveries from the DHL truck. A better county location exists, but isn't being approved for use as they fear the loss of income, as that space is typically rented out for events. In Butts County, Georgia, the only early voting site in the county shares space with the tax office, causing congestion and confusion. Some voters leave without voting. A back entrance could ease the access, but the county won't fund the needed improvements to pave the parking lot so that they can use the back entrance. These are simple solutions, but they need more support from the state and they need more funding. Counties need more support from the state for these accessibility needs. A solution to counties like these and ADA accessibility modification needs would be a statewide fund available to counties to fulfill accessibility needs. I would recommend starting with an amount closer to $2 million based off of, in 2023, Georgia counties asked for close to 3.5 million grants to fund accessibility improvements. That was not just for elections, that was for all county needs. And in just May to September of 2020, Georgia gave out close to $800,000 to counties in HAVA funds, but those HAVA funds were for much more simple things like parking signs and things like that. Accessibility, voting equipment, and assistance. Georgia law requires every polling place to have at least one accessible voting machine, and voters with disabilities or limited English proficiency may receive assistance from a person of their choice. Georgia can make improvements. The machine that includes accessibility modifications is often placed in a location that is fully accessible, but does not allow for much ballot secrecy. Additionally, more training guidelines are needed from the state level. Poll workers sometimes don't know how to activate the audio interface or assistance features. Voters living with visual impairments are told to bring a companion instead of using the accessible system, and voters living with hearing impairments frequently lack American Sign Language interpretation or captioning options. Any training video needs to be from the perspective of a person living with a disability to show how they would like to be treated when they come to vote. Our recommendations, we need to require trainings on the rights of a voter with a disability for all poll workers, and this should include hands-on accessibility and communication training. We need a designated disability liaison to serve county election offices, and we can add an accommodations requested checkbox to the My Voter page and absentee ballot forms so offices can prepare. For any voting method of technology that is used in Georgia, I know we're talking about this for the future, accessibility needs to be a top consideration and ballot secrecy needs to be ensured. This does not just mean ensuring privacy while voting. If Georgia adopts hand-marked ballots, accessible machines must produce ballots that resemble hand-marked ones to protect voter privacy. Voters with disabilities should also be able to verify their ballots independently, such as using apps to read printed text as the current system allows for. Okay, we're getting through it. Absentee vote by mail and ballot assistance. Georgia law allows disabled or illiterate voters to receive help with absentee ballots, and the ADA ensures equal access to vote by mail for people with disabilities. Voting by mail is used more often by voters living with a disability. In 2022, about 42% of voters with disabilities used a mail ballot compared to 35% of voters without disabilities. And in Georgia, close to 300,000 voters chose to vote by mail in the November 2024 election. So these changes will make voting significantly more accessible for all voters. Restrictions made to our vote by mail process via recent law changes disproportionately affect voters with disabilities who rely on home health aides, community volunteers, or neighbors for daily assistance. In 2021, the passing of Senate Bill 202 made it more difficult to vote by mail. What signature requirements are now required on absentee ballot request applications? This means using pen and ink. Requiring a wet signature on absentee ballot applications request poses challenges for voters with physical disabilities who may struggle to write or lack access to a printer. This requirement unfairly burdens vulnerable voters who rely on absentee voting due to in-person challenges. Recent law changes reduce the window of time when a voter can return an absentee ballot from the Friday before an election, which is 4 days before, to 11 days before an election. This burdens many voters living with a disability who either need to vote by mail due to their disabilities or find it less difficult to do so. It also does not account for voters who might find themselves dealing with last-minute illnesses or an unexpected flare or worsening in their condition. 11 days before an election, a voter could be feeling great and want to vote in person. A lot can change in just 11 days. The previous law of 4 days before an election gives voters more time for the unexpected and is perfectly doable for election offices. There was no clear reason to push back to 11 days other than a desire to restrict access. Another possibility is to offer a waiver or affidavit to be signed allowing a voter to request an absentee ballot after the 11-day deadline due to a change in life circumstance. The new law's limit on absentee ballot assistance to only family, household members, or caregivers has created a major barrier for voters with disabilities. Criminal penalties for possible violations discourage others from helping even when they may be legally allowed to. One blind voter in DeKalb County, who previously relied on a trusted friend for help, now fears persecution. With no nearby family members to ask for help, she feels forced to vote in person, a burden for her given transportation challenges. The law also creates barriers for residents of nursing homes or shelters where staff commonly assist with mail. Under SB 202, such help could not be a felony. There are countless reports that even if staff are legally allowed to, they are afraid to help as they fear possible prosecution. SB 202 limited drop boxes to indoor early vote locations and hours available during early vote and are not available on election day, making access difficult for voters with transportation or physical challenges who may not trust the mail. Counties now also have an excess of drop boxes that they are unable to use. A 76-year-old voter with arthritis and knee replacements previously relied on an outdoor drop box she could access from her car. After the law changed, she had to enter the building and walk down a long hallway to reach the drop box, which is much more physically challenging. We often hear that voters can just put their ballot in the mail, but many voters don't have confidence in the system, as we all have stories of our mail getting lost or misplaced. Our recommendations for how to improve vote by mail: we need to amend Georgia Code to remove the criminal penalties and expand who can assist a disabled voter with their absentee ballot. Clarify protections for disability service providers assisting with ballot delivery, and consider placing drop boxes in more locations that can still be secure and still be surveyed, such as public libraries. Election day challenges. SB 202 also stopped allowing voters to vote outside of their designated precinct on election day unless it is after 5 p.m. when they can vote by provisional ballot. For voters with disabilities who arrive at the wrong polling place before 5 p.m., the cost of getting to the correct one is likely to be high given transportation difficulties. The law is also confusing to poll workers. Again, we have reports, over 200 reports from our election observers. And in Richmond and Newton, we had reports of voters being turned away who showed up after 5 p.m. for being at the wrong precinct. I had an observer tell me she saw families sprinting to their cars at 6:30 p.m. to try to get to the right precinct before 7 p.m. She managed to flag down one voter who was extremely thankful and relieved to learn that they could vote by provisional ballot. We informed the election offices who called the precincts and resolved the issue, but obviously there is confusion there, and this has been a barrier. Voters can vote anywhere in their county during the early vote period, but can only vote at their required precinct on election day. This is extremely confusing to voters. Our observers reported almost 100 incidents on election day of 2024 of voters arriving to the wrong precinct and being turned away to go to their correct one. And this is just the incidents that we were able to catch at the few precincts we covered. This is challenging to all voters, but can be especially challenging to voters living with a disability. Counties often have last-minute polling location changes before an election for various reasons. Voters living with disabilities are less likely to be aware of this given their lower rates of internet access. And as stated before, it is a burden to have to travel to another location. Our recommendations: we need to allow voters to vote by provisional ballot outside of their precinct anytime on election day. Or better than that, we need to operate election day polling locations in the same manner as early vote. where voters can vote anywhere in their county. If we're able to do this system during early vote, there's really no reason why we can't do it on election day. Election directors have voiced their support for this option. They're very much in favor of it. This already happens in smaller counties that only have one early vote and one election day polling location. It'd be very cost effective for counties, and it would significantly reduce voter confusion. Voter registration challenges. We have significant voter registration challenges for our unhoused and transient voters. Senate Bill 189 requires unhoused voters to receive election mail at the county registrar's office, despite limited transportation and support services across Georgia's 159 counties. The law also fails to address a real issue. There's no clear, consistent process for how unvoters should register, and county interpretations vary widely. The current law is where you lie your head at night. Every county interprets this differently. Some require that voters use the county registrar's office or county courthouse. The issue is that non-residential addresses are being flagged for voter challenges and in voter list maintenance efforts. So voters that lack a permanent address are being unfairly targeted by these practices. Our recommendation is to create a working group of election directors and advocates who work with unhoused voters to develop a solution that will work for the state. Another solution to Georgia's voter registration challenges is same-day voter registration. Same-day voter registration simplifies the process by creating a single clear deadline, reducing confusion over cutoff dates. This approach boosts voter participation and increases turnout, leading to wider margins of victory and fewer runoffs. In all 23 states that currently offer same-day registration, proof of residency requirements are still being met. Voters can update their address on-site, in person, with help from a trained poll worker, leading to more accurate registrations and cleaner voter rolls, improving our voter list maintenance. Our current technology does allow for this process, and it would be a huge improvement to voter access. We suggest more research on how this system could be implemented in Georgia. Lastly, I just want to briefly mention voting rights restoration. We cannot talk about accessibility and equal access to the ballot without highlighting voting rights restoration for Georgians with felony convictions. The ability to participate fully in democracy is a critical part of our belonging and reentry into communities after incarceration. We commend the General Assembly for passing Senate Resolution 429 to meaningfully examine the issue in a legislative forum. Unfortunately, the study committee has not begun meeting, but Georgia partners stand ready to participate in this conversation. In closing, Georgia's laws already recognize that accessibility is a legal requirement, but there are many ways Georgia can go above and beyond what is required by the law to increase accessibility. As I've said, more support is needed from the state, including a statewide funding source, to aid counties in making their elections more accessible. There are simple solutions that would greatly benefit accessibility in elections, such as we need increased training for our election staff on accessibility. We need to improve access to the vote by mail process and remove criminal penalties for assisting voters. We need to implement same-day voter registration, or at least research and consider it. And lastly, making voting more accessible benefits every Georgia voter. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your presentation. I'm going to open it up. I think Representative Kelly had one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you being here today, Ms. Glover. I grew up with my grandmother. She was blind her whole life, and so I certainly take this seriously. I want to talk to you about 21-2-385 because when I'm reading through the statute, subsection B, it says a physically disabled or illiterate elector may receive assistance in preparing his or her ballot from any person of the elector's choice other than such elector's employer or the agent of such employer or an officer or agent of such elector's union, as well as certain family members of candidates.
Yeah. Sorry, I should have clarified more. It's more about the absentee ballot application. There's different requirements for who can help you apply for your absentee ballot and then who can help you with your actual absentee ballot. It's different requirements for both, and it's much stricter on who can help you apply, which is why it gets so confusing to these voters.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Monahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. I had a quick question. So I think, and I want to just recap there. I believe you said that the ballot request being 11 days beforehand, you felt like was too restrictive.
Yes.
Okay. But you also said that people have issues with the mail losing things. So how do you reconcile those 2 points? It seems contradictory. If the mail's losing things and we're trying to set a good date and time where the mail wouldn't lose things, we're trying to make sure that Georgians who have an intention to vote, their votes are actually cast in a time in which they can see that it's been received and their vote is counted.
Yeah, no, it's a fair question, but we have multiple ways to submit your absentee ballots in Georgia. So a very popular way is that you can hand deliver your absentee ballot to the election office, which seems to be the preference for most voters. And I know that's why some of these polling locations that I mentioned are having congestion. It's because they don't only have voters coming to vote, they have voters coming to submit their absentee ballots in person. They like to do it in person because then you can just give it directly to the office and make sure everything is correct. We also still have drop boxes. Like I said, they're not as beneficial as they were in 2020. They're inside the early vote locations, but that is also still an option. So if you had to make a last minute change, there are other ways to submit your absentee ballot, and there are certain individuals that can help and assist you in returning that absentee ballot if you're unable to.
Don't you agree, though, that with the framework that we have today, that we want to make sure that if somebody mails in their ballot, that we have to have some minimum time there to where it's received. We can make sure it's been received. They can check on their My Voter page to make sure it's been received and counted. Don't you think? I mean, just from that framework that we have today, it makes sense for us to have a time period where we can make sure things don't get lost in the mail and everything else.
It doesn't. I encourage you to call your election offices and see what they think about this, because I've heard several election offices say they think it's doable to reduce the time frame back down. Like I said, there's other ways you can return your absentee ballot, and I don't know, I fully believe that there are ways that we can have a secure election process while not restricting access. And I think that was a bit of a restriction on access for individuals.
Thank you.
Representative Draper.
Thank you. To address the last exchange, maybe a compromised position. Some states, what they do is they have a application deadline for the absentee ballot, but if you have a hardship, you can apply for a hardship waiver.
Yeah.
So if something comes up, you have to be out of town, there's a death, whatever it is, you get hurt, you can apply for that hardship waiver within the 11 days and still get your absentee ballot. And then hopefully we offer options for people to return that absentee ballot beyond just the mail, right?
Yeah.
I do think that it was one of the worst changes we saw was moving our drop boxes indoors. When they were out in 2020, they were bolted to the ground under 24-hour video surveillance, and it just allowed people to be able to return those absentee ballots in a way that they knew it was getting handed off to the office and they were being received. Another thought while you were talking, Rachel, that I was thinking about accessibility, especially with respect to polling places and being able to find polling places that meet ADA requirements. Right now, we have a lot of restrictions, and this is also for my friends at the Municipal Association in the counties. We put a lot of restrictions on where counties can choose their early voting locations and their election day precincts. I would say too burdensome requirements. And so they are really limited in the locations they can choose. If we were to lessen those requirements, we would be giving our counties more flexibility to find cheaper election locations that are also ADA compliant. So maybe that's something this committee can consider going forward.
Yeah, thank you for highlighting both of those. And just on drop boxes, there's a lot of ways you can make drop boxes secure, and there's a lot of resources out there from like the elections group and others with recommendations on how to make sure your drop boxes are secure, even if they're outside.
Chairman Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Rachel, for your presentation. This was very informative and very good. Just as a point of clarification, there is not evidence that all drop boxes in 2020 were under video surveillance. It was not a requirement at the time.
Right.
I know many were, but not all of them were. The question that I have is related to the same-day voter registration. You had made a comment in your presentation that this would to more accurate registrations and cleaner voter rolls. My concern with that is there is currently no real-time database or data source that same-day registrants can be verified against to ensure that it's not a duplicate registration, to ensure that it's not a registration of someone who is not eligible to vote. So how do we work around that?
To be honest, I don't have a great answer to you right now because I think this is something that needs a lot more research. I spoke to a lot of election directors about that this week. They had similar concerns. Everyone felt like it could be done, like they didn't have any glaring red flags, but there were questions about exactly how it would be implemented. Questions about, just like you said, like we can, obviously with early vote, we're able to say, hey, a voter already voted, so don't have them vote again at another location. But we don't necessarily have that cross-sharing across counties ability right now. But it's something that our machines could do. It's just that it would take work and transition time in order to get the system there. So it wouldn't be like an overnight change. It is going to take some changes in our system, and it's going to take some transition. I'm currently working on doing a lot more research on how other states do this before legislative session comes around. So I don't have more research for you on it with the short time frame I had to prepare, but I will have more.
Okay, and I would contend that it would not have to be just a inter-county database.
Right.
It'd have to be an interstate database also. So
Right.
that's a critical issue. Thank you.
Representative Draper.
And what a lot of other states do is they offer provisional ballots,
Yes,
so you're
thank you.
not looking at it same day. You're not verifying the registration status or whether that person has voted the same day. That vote doesn't count that day. And then the counties have 3 days, as they do already under existing law, to process that provisional ballot and research it and say whether it will count or not.
Yes, thank you, Representative. That's correct.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, committee, at this time, we are going to break for lunch. We will come back at 10 after 1, so have an hour break, 10 after 1. All right, if everybody will have their seats, we'll start in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. We're still on presentations on voter accessibility. Our next two speakers are going to be Dom Kelly, President and CEO of New Disabled South, and AJ Link, Director of Policy for New Disabled South. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. My name is Dom Kelly. I am the founder and CEO of New Disabled South.
Hi, y'all. Thank you for having us. I'm AJ Link, the Director of Policy at New Disabled South.
On the next slide, I'll just very briefly tell you a little bit about who we are. At New Disabled South, we are a disability rights organization. We're based here in Georgia, but we work across 14 southern states. We do policy advocacy, organizing, original research, strategic communications. We're a disability-led organization. Oh, thank you. A disability-led organization. Every member of our team identifies as having a disability, and we are really focused on ensuring that disabled people across the South have access, greater access and rights, and that the systems and policies are consistent and care for disabled people. So with that, I will turn to AJ.
Oh, thank you, Dom. Thank you all so much for having us. Today, we want to talk about curbside voting. Some of the key points we're going to go over is this is a bipartisan initiative. There's buy-in from the Secretary of State's office. Curbside voting is secure. There's increased access for the elderly and disabled. And then we'll go over a few other states that have curbside voting as well. So an explanation of curbside voting. So curbside voting is an accessible method of voting where qualified voters can come to a poll, notify a poll worker or the poll manager that they have an accessibility need that requires them to stay in their vehicle. And then the poll manager or poll worker brings out a physical ballot to them. They fill it out in their car. It's secured by the poll worker and then brought back inside and placed in the box with the other ballots is the simplest way to do it. Say it. Any other questions? Sorry for not explaining what curbside voting was. So this is not a partisan issue. There's bipartisan support in both chambers for curbside voting access. We've had conversations with the Secretary of State's office, and they've expressed openness to exploring the feasibility of curbside voting, specifically via a pilot program. So curbside voting is secure while also increasing access to the polls. There's secure handling of the ballots by poll workers, as I stated earlier. And they are physical ballots that can be secured in secure boxes. So it's not like it's a digital ballot or the ballot is outside of the view of the poll worker at any time. There are legal protections, the American with Disabilities Act. I know there have been a lot of presentations on this, so I'll skip through some of these. But disabled voters only have full access to about 17% of voting locations. And there's roughly 14% of disabled voters who experience issues while casting a ballot. That data is from GAO. As far as elderly voters in Georgia, there are active voters over 65 who make up around 20% of Georgia's active voters. And there's a million number there, 1.4 million out of the 700 million voters in Georgia. Last year, almost 30% of ballots were cast by people over the age of 65 who may need access to the polls via curbside voting in the future. Some of the other states that are doing curbside voting have some form of curbside voting include South Carolina, Texas, Oklahoma, Mississippi, North Carolina, Virginia, and West Virginia. Those are some of the states in our region. Like Dom talked about, we cover the 14 states in the historic South. And those are some of the states that are already doing curbside voting. We believe curbside voting in Georgia should be one of the key recommendations that comes out of this committee. We think it's important, it's secure, and it allows people to access the polls in an equitable way. We are ready for questions.
Awesome. Thank you for the presentation. Representative Monahan.
Okay, well, good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. This is kind of a cool idea. I've not considered that or thought about that, so it's a solution there for some of these folks. I wanted to first recognize that y'all have recognized on your map truly what the South is, and that is south of the Mason-Dixon line. I noticed what you did there. And so oftentimes people don't recognize those states. They are part of the
except for Maryland.
Okay, yeah, it's a little small on my screen here. Well,
yeah.
All right, we got to work on that. Okay, we got 1 point of contention already. Then, no, I do want to ask a couple questions. So, the name of the group is a New Disabled South. So, was there an adding of elderly kind of after maybe the first coalition was formed? Is that when we added elderly, or were they always part of this picture?
Yeah, so from a policy perspective, specifically a voting perspective, oftentimes there are overlaps in terms of the access needs. So oftentimes you have elderly people who may not identify as disabled or may not be categorized as disabled, may not be diagnosed as disabled, but they still have similar access needs, whether that's walking short distances or the inability to walk long distances, mobility issues or things like that. So we thought it was important to show that curbside voting is not just for a specific disabled demographic, but can be broadened to the elderly who still participate in elections, as the data showed.
In these states where they have the curbside voting, and I presume, and only presume because we got a 35,000 foot view, but I presume they come to the curbside, they meet a poll worker, they're using a paper absentee ballot, they're filling it out there. If they have a disability, they're having one of the mandated people to help them who's I forget the exact mandated people that can help. They're helping, then they're giving that back to the poll worker, and that poll worker is then taking that paper ballot inside. Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah, so different states do it differently. Sometimes the poll worker will secure the ballot at the vehicle so that there's no tampering, anything like that, and then take it inside to the ballot box. There's different ways to do it, and we're open to whatever y'all think is the best recommendation for the state of Georgia in terms of making sure ballots are secured and election integrity is upheld.
So, that presses the question in my mind is, just like we see that sometimes able-bodied people will abuse these things that these allowances that we have for folks who are disabled. So we want, like, for example, parking spaces, right? You see able-bodied people who will park there. I call them jerks, or even more colorful language when I see them. But they shouldn't be parked there. They should be allowed for folks who are disabled. Have y'all been able to, as these other states, maybe protect the disabled by saying, hey, you either got to have a placard, you got to have an ID that shows your age, or you got to go back? I mean, are states protecting this access? Because I would want to make sure that if we're going to make these, which I think is probably a pretty good initiative to help out those that are elderly or disabled, then I just want to make sure we're protecting that as well, so that, you know, people aren't just using it as, you know, the HOV lane for them to come vote, and instead reserve it to those who truly need it.
Yeah, different states do it differently, and I would again say what is best for the state of Georgia may not be what's happening in other states. I think there are all types of ways to protect that, whether it be fines, whether it be specific poll monitors that are monitoring those spaces. I don't think they necessarily have to be the allocated accessible parking spaces that are already there. Poll workers and precincts can decide where they want to have the accessible voting station. They can decide their process, or the legislature can decide the process of who qualifies for this curbside voting, and there can be checklist requirements, things like that, to make sure that people can't just pull up and do curbside voting. They have to follow the steps that are allocated to make sure that they qualify for curbside voting and that the curbside voting is secure and protected.
Yeah, now that you say that, I didn't even contemplate the fact that just like going to Home Depot or Kroger or Walmart where you pick up your groceries or pick up your goods, that you could allocate some spaces to this in the parking lot where you have dial number or text a code or something, and somebody comes out to meet you and help you. Very interesting. That's pretty well answers my questions, and yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
Good questions, Representative Monahan, which leads me to a few here. How do the other states, I'm just thinking logistically on this, how does the voter notify the poll worker? Obviously, because a lot of our precincts don't have telephones. Is there a system, an alert system, app? I mean, what are other states doing when these disabled voters pull up to the precinct, parked in the spot that is reserved for them? How do they notify the poll worker?
So I'm currently not aware of an app. Most times what's happening is the person who is driving the individual, sometimes individuals who require curbside voting drive themselves, but most of the time if they have someone driving them, the person who has driven them to the polls goes in and notifies them. Okay. I'm sure there are other ways to do it. Again, we're open to what's most accessible and best for the state of Georgia, but normally they are accompanied by someone who helps them, and they notify the poll workers to come outside and help with the curbside voting.
And I guess in states that obviously the most feasible way to do this, I don't know how you do it technologically, but they'd bring a paper ballot out. I assume they have more than one poll worker that comes out, even though they put it in a envelope. You have two people there, two witnesses to watch that ballot and take it back into the precinct.
It depends on the state. Some states have two workers come out. Some have just one in their legislation. It depends on the availability of staff.
Okay. A very interesting concept. I know y'all have some people that's talked to us, at least talked to me. I think the Chairman Anderson this past session at the Capitol started the discussion. So appreciate y'all. Any other questions?
If I can
yeah.
mention briefly, we did drop a bill. Senator Burns sponsored that bill. We did it after crossover day to be able to start this conversation, and we have a lot of support around this. So really hopeful that y'all will be supportive of us expanding access to.
Do you happen to know that bill number?
SB 377.
Senator Burns. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all being here. Thanks for y'all's time.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all so much.
So who are we following? Okay, next we are going to hear from Jennifer Lee, who's Policy Director at Asian Americans Advancing Justice, and Dr. Anar Parikh, who is Senior Policy Associate with Asian Americans Advancing Justice. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. My name is Jennifer Lee. I'm the Policy Director at Asian Americans Advancing Justice Atlanta, and we're here to talk to you about language access in elections. So just a little bit about Asian Americans Advancing Justice Atlanta. We are the first nonprofit legal advocacy organization dedicated to protecting the civil rights of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in Georgia. We have a variety of departments, but most relevant to y'all is that we have a active civic engagement department that helps register voters and does voter education and assists voters in elections. So today I'm just going to talk a little bit about who voters are, who use non-English languages, and paint that picture for you. Dr. Parikh will talk a little bit about the legal requirements and framework that currently exists for serving these voters, and then just some considerations for you as you're thinking about how you serve voters who may not be proficient in English. So the first thing to know is that about more than 1.4 million people, or 14% of Georgia residents, speak a language other than English at home. We know that Georgia is a very dynamic, growing, and diverse state, and along with that growth and diversity is also language diversity. And this language diversity is not concentrated just in the metro Atlanta area, but actually throughout the state. You'll see in this map that in 38 counties in Georgia, at least 10% of the population actually speaks a language other than English at home. And the top 5 spoken language in the state are English, Spanish, Vietnamese, Chinese, and Korean. I think the 6th is French. So there's quite a lot of linguistic diversity within the state. So because my organization serves specifically Asian American voters, I'll tell you a little bit about them, but I think probably some of the similar patterns you would see with Spanish-speaking voters. So 7 out of 10 Asian Americans in Georgia are US citizens, and so are eligible to vote, if they're over 18. And 1 in 3 Asian Americans in Georgia self-identify as speaking English less than very well. So what's important to note is that English proficiency differs widely by age. So you'll see in this bar graph only about 13% of children you would consider less than proficient in English, 31% of adults ages 18 to 64, and then 53% of Asian Americans ages 65 and plus. I can just think of my own family and think of how that, works. I was born, the 3 generations of my family are all US citizens. I was born in the US and am proficient in English. My parents immigrated to the US when they were young adults and are also proficient in English, but speak accented English and learned here. They learned in Korea, but they perfected their English here. And then my grandmother, who is also a US citizen and is 100 years old and lives in Texas, is not proficient in English because she immigrated to the US when she was a much older adult. So if you have ever tried to learn a second language, you know that it can be very challenging, take a lot of time. And also, unfortunately, as we get older, our brains are less able to learn than children are in terms of language and verbal ability. And so a lot of the voters that we serve who are not proficient in English tend to be seniors. Just to illustrate this, I'll just wanted to share a picture of a voter that we have worked with I've had a relationship with for a long time, Mrs. Ho. She's been a voter in Georgia since 1993. She is a pastor's wife of a Korean church, and she is not proficient in English, but again is a very active voter. This picture is actually from when she testified at DeKalb County, just her appreciation for them providing some basic voter information in Korean so that she was able to access it. And I think we forget a lot of times with voters, we focus a lot on the big presidential or federal elections, but Mrs. Hyo is very involved in her community and she wants to have a say on local elections. Even though she is not proficient in English, she's a longtime resident. She wants to have a say in whether or not SPLOST funding is approved on school board members that may be serving her grandchildren in the schools. I know that even sometimes when I read referendums or constitutional amendments in SPLOST language and it's in English, sometimes it's hard to understand, even if you are proficient in English. And so having that language accessibility is very important, particularly when it comes to those types of elections. It's a little bit easier, of course, to translate just election offices into different languages. But if you're having something that requires more reading, it is important for a lot of voters to have it translated into the language that they are proficient in. And so I will turn it over to Dr. Parikh to talk about a little bit of the legal framework.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Anar Parikh, and I indeed wrote a dissertation on the implementation of bilingual elections between English and a few other languages. So just to tell you a little bit about where this framework comes from in existing federal voting rights policy, some of our colleagues talked about support that exists for voters who need additional accessibility. So Section 208 of the Voting Rights Act allows any voter to bring anyone of their choice into polls to provide assistance, and that is not only disabled voters, but also those who need language assistance. So many of us who are English proficient and grew up with family members who are also U.S. citizens have stories of helping our grandparents and parents in the polls as a result of this provision in the Voting Rights Act. And then the other important provision in the Voting Rights Act is Section 203, which recognizes that language can be a factor in disenfranchisement or limiting access to the polls for voters who speak languages other than English, who've had limited access to literacy education. And it requires jurisdictions that meet a certain threshold for a given language to conduct bilingual elections. And what that threshold is that a jurisdiction has either 10,000 or 5% citizens of voting age who are members of a single language minority group and speak English less than very well. And I know that's very wonky and a little unwieldy. So as an example, in Georgia, Gwinnett County is covered by this mandate and is mandated to conduct bilingual elections in Spanish as well as English because there are either more than 10,000 or 5% citizens of voting age who are Spanish speakers who have identified that they speak English less than very well. Currently, only Gwinnett County. The coverage determinations are made every 5 years. So the most recent determinations were made in 2021, and the next determination is scheduled for next year in 2026. It's not on this slide, but following the 2021 determination, Whitfield County was at 4%, so Dalton in Northwest Georgia, and we anticipate that most likely Whitfield County will also be covered by Section 203 during the next determination process. As other folks in this room have mentioned, the population of Georgia is constantly growing and changing, and so it is also likely that other counties will also be mandated under Section 203 to provide bilingual elections in Spanish, and most likely the metro Atlanta counties will also be covered for some of the other languages. Like Jennifer mentioned, the other top languages in Georgia are Chinese, Korean, and Vietnamese, and there's a good chance that in the coming years they will also be covered by Section 203. I'll hand it back to Jennifer.
So just a few considerations for serving these voters that we have seen at our organization. So a lot of times when ballots are not available in a preferred language, many of the voters that we work with want to vote by mail. I talked with a legislator about this last session, and he said, oh, it's a take-home test. And that's essentially what it is. If you think of if you do not speak English proficiently, and instead of going to the polling place and seeing your ballot only in English and feeling maybe a little bit flustered by that, a lot of the voters, and again, there's an overlap with older voters as well that we see, prefer to just vote in the comfort of their own home. So that's something that we have seen at our organization. The other consideration, I think, is the design choices made for multilingual ballots. So in places where there are multilingual ballots, multilingual sample ballots that are produced, it's not impossible, but there are just additional considerations and that you have to make on the design. So, you're doubling the text if you have 2 languages. If you have more than 2 languages, you're tripling or quadrupling the amount of text on the ballot. So you just have to be sure to make sure that all ballot is large enough to read, that it's clear, and that there's enough consideration to the design and white space so that it's clear to any person who is reading the ballot in whichever language is preferred, where one contest begins and ends, and just, design it so that it's clear for everyone, as you can imagine, so it's not crowded, and to reduce the risk of some type of error that might happen, not voting when you wanted to in a certain contest, or perhaps making more than one selection in a contest because the ballot design was crowded. So that's just something we've seen in areas where there are multiple languages on a ballot. Again, it's not impossible. It's just something to consider if you are designing something that needs to be printed. Of course, on the machines, ballot marking devices, there's a little bit more, there are more guardrails, because if you don't enter a contest, or if you choose too many, then the machine will alert you. And so, but again, with the multilingual sample ballots that we've seen that are printed, there's just some extra design considerations. I just wanted to leave you with some resources. So the Federal Election Assistance Commission actually has a lot of great resources for counties and for voters, including translated glossaries of election terminology and translated voter registration forms in a lot of different languages. So there's a lot of translated resources for voters just about elections. And then for election officials who are interested in or working on providing language access, there's best practices, checklists, and other resources provided by the Federal Election Assistance Commission to assist people. So if you have any questions.
All right, great. Thank you all very much for the presentation. Representative Monahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. So there's been some time, obviously the BMDs are able to, I guess, translate those ballots, when the voter is taking that. So it's my assumption that if there's been a lot of time, this is, I think, our 4th or 5th meeting here. 6th, Lord, it's been 6. Okay. This is our 6th meeting here. It has flown by. But if you had a ballot on demand printer that's printing these these ballots or paper ballots, then they could be pre-programmed as well as a paper ballot and written in those specific languages, and so that would not hold up any of our. Do you agree that a on-demand printer would not hold up any section of 203? We could still be compliant with that with that kind of on-demand printing of ballots.
Yes, you could definitely still be compliant with Section 203 with ballot on-demand printing. Again, it would just be a design consideration, I think, if you're having multiple languages on the ballot. Yeah.
And that's something maybe you're seeing in other states as well that have paper ballots?
Yes. So I think as far as having them uploaded in advance, that compliance would be there. I think there are just some other considerations with, if ballots are being printed on demand, I think there is the consideration of what happens if a printer malfunctions. And then there is also a voter privacy issue. If you're doing a single language where if a voter asks for a ballot, that they potentially can face hostility or intimidation from a poll worker or other voters who are around them based on their ballot preference. So while the uploaded languages into the printer may not be an issue, there are still design considerations, and then there are considerations about voter privacy and voter safety just based on voter preference and voter choice.
And that's something that's been documented, the safety side of it, where somebody's been harassed or?
Yes. Our partners in other states have noticed this, and then just with the design considerations, they have found instances that with paper ballots, there is a higher rate of overvoting and the potential for errors based on design and sort of lack of clarity of where folks should be marking for certain categories and votes.
Unfortunately, our organization has also witnessed and experienced some harassment around serving voters who have spoken languages that are not English at the polls, or we've had people call into our hotline and be very hostile because our hotline number is listed at some polling locations in different languages. So unfortunately, that has occurred.
Thank you. I don't have another question. No, I'm
Chairman
good.
Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, and it's just something that maybe I should know, maybe I don't. I know that when you go from one language to another, a lot of times there are not direct crossovers in intent, in the flow of questions and that sort of thing. How do we handle a translation to ensure that thinking particularly on referendum questions, that sort of thing, that the intent of the English version of the question is maintained in alternative languages?
That's a great question. Interpretation's definitely an art. One best practice that we have seen counties do is have some type of community review group. So what they'll do is they'll translate the ballot questions in advance and then have a group of community members that they work with to give feedback and say, does this make sense? Is this clear? And so then there's some engagement with the community, and we've seen that work well. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah. It does. And I'm kind of getting to the point. Is there a standard for dealing with a situation where interpretation can be there can be multiple interpretations of different terminologies and different languages? Is there a standard to kind of bounce that against, or
for an in-person interpreter, or for like a printed?
Either.
Yeah, sometimes the glossaries, that's why the glossaries are often helpful, because there are a lot of jargon and specific terminology related to taxes or whatever laws. The Election Assistance Commission provides those glossaries that have like all of that jargon sort of translated into multiple languages.
Right. Okay. And I appreciate the intent and the purpose of what we're doing here. I just try to, at any opportunity, take subjectivity out of it if we can. And this is a situation where I don't think you can. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you all very much for your presentation and your time being here with us today.
Thank you.
Okay, next we are going to hear our next presentation is role of the State Elections Board in Georgia, and we're going to hear from Dr. Janice Johnston, Election Board member. Welcome, Dr. Johnston. Good to see you again. And Dr. Johnson, I don't know if you were here earlier, but when we first started, but if we could keep it to 20 minutes, and Molly will give you a 5-minute warning.
Just 20?
Yeah. So we want to try to ensure
the rest of the afternoon.
Want to ensure that we hear from the public too.
Absolutely. I do have some handouts for you. Slides are up. Well, it's great to be here, and thank you for Sarah. Oh, sorry, excuse me. All right, wake up, alert. It's great to be here. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to have a few moments to share with you about the State Election Board and some of my thoughts about Georgia elections. I gave you a handout. I kept it simple, just 3 pieces of paper. So that should be easy enough to follow. Chairman Fleming, you've done a great job moving this committee around the state and gathering ideas and hopefully good plans for what will be on the to-do list, I guess, come January. Right. So let's get going. In case you didn't hear, I'm Jan Johnston. I'm on the State Election Board. I was appointed in 2022, and I'm now the 2nd ranking member on the State Election Board. Beg your pardon? And vice chair, yes. You've heard about the State Election Board. You've heard from other members and from our executive director, so I don't think I need to go over all of that again. But basically, the purpose is to ensure that elections are uniform, honest, legal, and accurate. The goal, of course, is fair, legal, orderly, and transparent elections. And there are certain duties and tasks given to the state election board, basically to investigate, promulgate, and educate, and occasionally advise the General Assembly. Let's talk about promulgate rules. Did you know there are 47 state election board rules? Most of the rules were written in 2020 with the introduction of the Dominion voting system to Georgia. At the same time in 2020, I don't know if you know, but there was a virus going around. And that resulted in the promulgation or passing of two particularly important emergency rules that fundamentally changed how elections were conducted in Georgia that year. If we applied the rulemaking hurdles that are applied today for rule adoption, they would not pass. They were not statutorily sound, but they were emergencies. And the two particular rules were the advent of drop boxes and the change to begin processing absentee ballots before election day while active voting was going on. That created an issue at the time because of the issue of giving voter credit while active voting was going on, and other voters were presenting themselves to the polling places. That continues to be an issue today because those two rules were codified. 2021, there are a few amended rules that were passed to address some other issues with Dominion voting systems. In 2022, there was no rulemaking, 23, no rulemaking. And then in 2024, there were about 30 petitions for rule amendments. Most of the petitions were presented by citizens. 2 petitions were presented by board members. And of the 30 or so petitions, 20 were rejected and 10 were accepted to proceed with rulemaking. Well, it created a storm, kind of like a hurricane. And there were 2 other hurricanes last fall. The hurricane turned into a lawsuit by Eternal Vigilance Action, and the 7 rules that were included in that lawsuit were enjoined. And that lawsuit worked its way up to the Supreme Court. And as you know, this has been talked about before. The Supreme Court established new hurdles for that need to be considered before passage of rulemaking that affects rulemaking for all agencies in Georgia. One of your handouts is this. It's the list of the 11 rules that were accepted for rulemaking. And I'd just like to call your attention to this slide. 4 of the 11 rules were not contested. They were adopted, they were certified, and they're published. As you notice, with the new Supreme Court criteria, 4 of the remaining rules did not meet the criteria for rulemaking and were repealed. And the remaining 3 rules did meet the criteria according to the Supreme Court, and therefore they have been approved, adopted, and should be published. So 7 of the 11 rule petitions, mostly by citizen petitioners, have been accepted, approved, adopted, and should be published. On to investigations. That's been a topic of interest lately. I'll deal with just the more recent years. Investigations have always been conducted by the Secretary of State investigators. Approximately 8 investigators are assigned to investigations and those are employees of the Secretary of State's office. They they receive the cases, they evaluate the cases, whether they need to be assigned an actual investigation. They perform the investigation, and then they're brought to the State Election Board for hearing. In 2020, there were about 300 cases that resulted from thousands of complaints. And in 2021, there were 183 cases that were assigned for investigation. In 2022, almost 400 cases were assigned for investigation, still repercussions from the 2020 election. And then finally, in 2023, you notice there's a decrease in the number of case assignments, reflecting the number of complaints that were submitted to the State Election Board, or through the Secretary of State's office and then to the State Election Board, finally for presentation. 2024, an uptick because of was a presidential election year. 163 cases have been assigned. And for 2025, as at the end of last month, 61 cases have been assigned for investigation. The State Election Board was kindly given the authority to hire investigators. And we have hired 2 people, one full-time, one part-time, for investigations of election board complaints. And they have just been hired. They have been busy figuring out their new position, and they have been developing a case management program that is very exciting. There's never been a case management program for all of the complaints. This will be superb to document cases, review cases, and track cases. And this will provide us the information that we would like to have to look at elections from a higher level, more of a 30,000-foot level, so that we can look for areas that perhaps suggest a systemic problem with elections, or areas that need improvement in elections, or even to the point of where we need to focus with certain counties. Well, I came to a fork in the road, like Yogi Berra said, and I'm going to take it. Let's talk about elections. Voter rolls, they must be current, they must be accurate. It's the front door to the election. It's the very first thing you do. And if you don't have accurate and current voter rolls, it's impossible to have confidence that you have an accurate and current election result. I think you may have seen this slide before. This is from the Election Assistance Commission. It's they produce a report every 2 years, and for state by state, if the information is provided, and even for county by county. But you can see the trend. Any one particular piece of information is maybe not that helpful, but it's great to look at trends. And you can see that voter registration is important. And the registered voters compared to the voting age population should be, for a national average, is about 74%, 75%. You can see the trend from 2016 to 2024, the state of Georgia has increased from 76% to 104%. Georgia ranks, you know, how you want to say it, maybe 10th worst in the nation for over-registered voters, more than 100% of voting age population. Election Assistance Commission also drills down to the county level, and I think you may have seen this too. In 2016, there were 0 counties that had more than 100% registered voters to voting age population, citizen voting age population. In 8 short years, there are now 65 counties that are registered more than 100% of their registrations to voting age population. Not a great trend. The ideal, of course, is to have no county with more than 100% of registered voters to voting age population. So who needs to be on the voter rolls? Of course, U.S. citizens. Only U.S. citizens should vote in U.S. elections. Only eligible voters should be on the voter rolls. Why are the voter rolls maybe not so accurate? There are multiple factors that contribute to that. NVRA, on the one hand, has done great things to encourage and improve voter registration for citizens across the country. It has certainly accomplished that goal. NVRA was written in 1993, really before active internet, and should be updated and amended. But that's not that's not in our game right here in Georgia. That is a congressional act to deal with. So it's easy to get people registered to vote because we use the driver DDS or DMV and offer voter registration. What a great way to encourage voter registrations. But the NVRA stumbled when it tried to deal with maintenance of voter rolls and list maintenance, and created a system that brings more voters in but makes it difficult to let voters leave when they move to other states or other jurisdictions. DDS is also problematic. It does the most voter registrations, but it also creates the most duplicates and creates errors because it's not consistent with how it brings the data in and puts it into the electronic voting system. It has to be consistent, standardized, normalized. Third-party organizations or NGOs, same thing, have voter registration programs, which is great, but they do need supervision and oversight and accountability. They are a frequent source of voter registrations that are inaccurate or duplicate or sometimes fraudulent. Now there's the inactive problem. It's the inactive voters list. There are active voters and there are inactive voters lists. Actually, there's no difference. It's one big voters list. Some states have no inactive voter list. They just call it voters list. But Georgia has active and inactive. Theoretically, an inactive voter list should contain people that just don't vote very often. Not everybody votes every election. Some people vote every 4 or 5 years, which is fine, and they must be protected to have their right to vote. Just because they don't vote very often, no problem. And so they should stay on the list an appropriate amount of time. However, in the inactive list, there are thousands of ineligible voters, people that have moved to another state, moved to another jurisdiction, or died. And the list, though, oftentimes doesn't differentiate. Is this an inactive voter that just is an infrequent voter, or is it an inactive voter that moved to Tennessee or North Carolina or Washington 5 years, oh gosh, Molly, 5 years ago. So, Eric, you've heard about voter rolls, the lists. There's a debate, always a debate. Should they be free? You know, they're made with taxpayer dollars. Maybe they should be provided for free. The newest kid on the block. No ink plus Dominion equals liberty. You can change the name, but the machine is the same. There's a growing list of concerns about liberty, Dominion. The Windows operating system, 10 operating system, is outdated as of a couple of days ago. Images are not randomized. CISA is not compliant. There's a free upgrade, but it hasn't been done in Georgia. It's hackable. Images can be changed simply with a USB access. Memory cards are always deleted, which is an election document, which is not legal, actually. There's a disable feature in the Dominion system that allows the system to not count votes for a candidate. I don't think, I'm not the lawyer, but I don't think that's legal. There's also a manual entry feature, which is necessary. It's just that it's not monitored. It's unrestricted. And then there's the problem of the encryption keys. basically the keys to the castle, because it can allow someone to alter the source code, change the counting of the votes, and it can be undetectable. Dominion's very proprietary, very secret. The only secret in elections should be who you vote for. Quick quiz. What's uniquely marked, verifiable, auditable, consistent with SB 189, cost-effective, uniform? Might not say it's completely safe and secure, but it's hand-marked paper ballot. Counting. There are three kinds of people in the world: those who can count and those who can't. All right, let's see.
The tabulator is actually the easiest thing in the world to double check. You pull out the paper ballots, the voter verified paper ballots, which is always the official part of the election. Those are the official results. Those are what can't be hacked. And you hand count them to verify the count of the tabulator.
Voting. Every day is election day. It should be treated as such. Early voting, as you know about, a qualified voter list comes from the original voter list. It tells you who is eligible to vote. The next step in an election is who voted. That's the numbered voter list. You have that in your handout. We haven't seen a handwritten numbered voter list in many years. There is supposedly a numbered voter list in the poll pads, but we don't have it. It's not available. It's not provided until after the election. And it does not have a paper trail, a required paper trail associated with it as part of the election system. I would advocate and urge you to reinstitute the use of a handwritten numbered voter list, please. Absentee voting, the biggest risk in the election system. It's high risk. Discourage absentee voting, encourage in-person voting. Discourage absentee voting and encourage in-person voting. Ballot drop boxes were a pandemic response. They're no longer needed and should be removed. Election code, these are just some solutions for what we've just been talking about. I'll give you the quick 10 to-dos: hand-marked paper ballots, opt-in, voter registration, fixed Jarvis data errors, third-party organization oversight, withdrawal from ERIC, flag all inactives. Every single inactive voter have a flag and a designation of why they're inactive. Publish voter lists, use a papered number voter list, excuse only absentee voting, and establish an election court. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. We appreciate that presentation. Good stuff in it. Questions from the committee, Representative Monahan.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation.
Yes.
Did have a question about the, I think you're going over the investigations. I don't know if we can skip back to that one there. So, of the criminal complaint, or of the complaints that you received, how many of those are criminal? In your best opinion, or
Criminal, like felony?
just criminal?
Criminal.
Yeah.
Right, violations.
Violation.
You know, Representative Montahan, it's hard for me to know because I have not had access to all of the election investigation cases until 1 week ago. I've been on the board for 3 years and have not been provided access from the Secretary of State's office. I did receive the files a week ago, and as I've looked through some of the files, I'm alarmed to see that there are a number of potentially criminal violations that perhaps should be referred immediately to the district attorney, and I wonder why they've been sitting in the files for years.
do you think, so I guess my question for you is this. I believe that the process in which either the SEB or the Secretary of State investigates criminal complaints to be duplicative work and likely needs to be addressed in some legislation. Do you believe that district attorney should be the ultimate receiver of these complaints and criminally prosecuted at the county level, where you have a state prosecutor, either a solicitor for misdemeanors if you have a state court, or you have a district attorney, which would be for felonies, either if you don't have a state court or you just have the superior court? Do you believe that that's probably the best method to dispose of these criminal complaints?
You're asking a non-attorney. The method has been to refer to the district attorney where the violation has occurred, and that's been the method to date. The district attorneys handle criminal violations. The attorney general handles the civil violations. So if there were an election court that would also deal with these violations, you'd have to ask the lawyers. I don't know if that's possible. I think every complaint, though, does need some investigation, because we do have many complaints that suggest some terrible fraud, and it turns out with the investigation there's no fraud at all. And I don't think it would be appropriate to just send every complaint that suggests a criminal violation to a district attorney where there's no evidence to suggest that, or incomplete evidence.
I would just say that I believe that district attorneys and their offices have the resources necessary, especially if those resources are afforded to them. They have investigators. They investigate crimes every day. The police and sheriffs, they have some investigatory powers. I intend on making sure that is addressed, and I hope that's maybe some outcome out of this committee. I just don't know that criminal complaints should be handled by a non-law enforcement or non-district attorney basis. I think that they all should be. So why I applied your efforts in trying to get to the bottom of these investigations, I just don't know if that's the best direction for the state on those investigations. Secondly, on Eric, I thank you for your work on that. We know that that's been problematic, and we've seen some of the security loopholes as presented in the last meeting. So thank you for your work on that. It's just by your testimony today, we can see the different facets of the job that you have, and Lord, I hope you have some good help, because that is a lot of different things that you have to do and a lot of different ball caps you're wearing. So good luck to you and the rest of the SEB.
Well, thank you very much. That would come with increased staffing and funding, which I think I'm looking at the right people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You sound like the cities and the counties right now, Dr. Johnston.
Yeah, that's right. Was it a handout?
Yeah. Real quick question. I want to follow up something you mentioned. You mentioned Jarvis data issues.
I'm sorry.
You mentioned data issues within Jarvis.
Yes.
That are occurring.
Yes.
Obviously, we've heard from the Secretary of State's office presentation earlier on and several meetings ago that everything's great with Jarvis and working like it was implemented to be, and there's no issues. So I'd like to hear what you have to say about what's going on in Jarvis and what you're seeing.
Well, I would love to speak with you personally about Jarvis, but I don't have access to Jarvis. So you'll have to ask someone else. I know there are some election officials in the room that could address that perhaps.
I've heard from some of them.
I do understand that when Jarvis, ElectionNet was the old voter registration system, and it basically outdated. And so they had to go to something else. And rather than buying a voter registration system off the shelf, they decided to make their own. The Secretary of State decided to write it and make their own do-it-yourself voter registration system. And I think there were thousands of issues initially, which are probably part of a startup of a whole new system of whether it's writing the code and putting in all the parameters, because this voter registration roles are complex. I'm sure Joseph Kirk could tell you that. It's dynamic. People are coming on the rolls every day or applying to be on the rolls every day. People are being removed from the rolls when they move or die or get convicted as a felon. So it's a fluid database.
Right. And I was in the Secretary of State's office when we implemented ElectionNet. I was part of the team that worked to implement it, and it was a very good system that worked for many years.
Yeah.
So it's just interesting to hear the feedback we're getting about Jarvis the past few meetings. But
well, as with any new program or software, there are bugs.
There's hiccups.
Right, and that need to be worked out and fixed. And as you use it, just like elections, you learn. It's always a learning process, and as you use it, then you learn how to accommodate to it. But there was a period of time when a voter registration would show up 4, 5, or 6 times in the voter rolls.
That's right.
And some election came along, and it looked like those voters were voting several times. It turned out, I'm pretty sure it turned out to be a bug in the system.
Well, the voter registration system, as you said, that's your front door. That's probably your most important piece, your nucleus of the system. And you have to have one that's working accurately.
You're right. Yes.
Well, thank you for that. Chairman Anderson, did you have a question?
Yeah, briefly, thank you. You have a list here from 2020 to 2024 as far as the SEB rules that were promulgated.
Yes.
And I see a couple of years when there was no rulemaking. I know at least in the tenure that I've been in the House, in the last 4 years, with the exception of this past year when things got kind of held up, we have passed election bills into law that despite our best efforts in every bill that we carry, we try to cover every base, but many times there are clarifications that have to be made and promulgation of rules by the department, by the boards, whatever, to implement those laws. Is there a reason that I don't see anything in those years, or I don't really see, outside of the amended rules for the voting systems, that sort of thing, related to SB 202, SB 189?
I don't know if I can tell you there's a reason. I know that when I came on the board, Interim Chair Mashburn said, Dr. Johnston, I think you're real interested in this. I'm going to put you on a rules working committee or rules working group. I said that would be great, and that was the last I heard of that. And no committee or group was formed, and no rules were petitioned or presented.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Draper.
Thank you. Justin, can you go back to the slide that shows a voting percentage or a registration percentage that's higher than 100%? I think it's towards the beginning of the presentation. Page 5, perhaps. Slide 9. Oh, there it is. That's great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Johnston, for coming. You mentioned that you got access to the cases, the investigations, about a week ago. Is that true for every member of the SCB? Do they all have equal access to all the case files?
Yes, they were held by the Secretary of State and not provided to the State Election Board. And based on a newspaper article a couple, 2 or 3 weeks ago about the backlog of cases, questions were asked about where that information came from, where's this, what was it based on, because we don't have access to those, or we had not had access to those.
But now all
so
5 of
with
you
our
have?
insistence, and unfortunately it has created quite a rift with the Secretary of State. we have been given those investigated files.
But my question is, do all 5 members of the SEB now have full access to those files?
They were provided to us. I don't know if all 5 members have started reviewing those.
But they have access?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you mentioned the investigations because, as you know, we had the SEB, we had a whole one of these blue ribbon committees dedicated to the SEB. And we heard from several of your fellow board members. And, I'll be honest with you, that was a very concerning meeting. The press that came out of that meeting just really shone a light on the dysfunction of the state election board. And among the committee members here, there was a big concern about the lack of interest in getting to the backlog of investigations. Because, as you state, when there's investigations, it's because there's a potential violation of election law. And you are the entity that has to clear that backlog. If you don't do it, nobody does. And so I know how all of us are so concerned with election integrity. So there is a real need for us to go through that backlog. So now since you're back, that message was conveyed to the members of the SEB that were here. And I was hoping to see some progress on that backlog. But I'll tell you, the agenda just came out for your October 22nd meeting. And there's nothing on that agenda that shows that you'll be reviewing any of the backlog at your next meeting. Is that right? Why is that?
That is right. The agenda for the October meeting, as stated when it was just placed on the calendar, it is a business meeting. It is not a case review meeting. And in fact, the Secretary of State investigators say that they couldn't possibly have cases ready to be presented for that meeting. There's more to presenting a case than just putting it on the agenda. Respondents and complainants need to be informed in an adequate amount of time to prepare to be there or to have their attorney there. So the October meeting has never been intended to be a case presentation meeting.
So since our meeting, when we expressed our concern about the backlog of investigations, have any investigations been processed by the State Election Board?
I'm sorry, what are you saying?
Have any investigations, have any been investigated since our last meeting when we said we were concerned about the backlog?
Have any cases been investigated?
Have you had any come up to the SEB? Yes, for a hearing.
You mean the last meeting? We had 75 cases.
So how many did you get through?
All of them.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So I do want to ask a little bit about transparency practices. Because what I have noticed in the last few SEB meetings, and maybe you can explain this to me, there have been agendas that have been released, and then we have seen you add agenda items to the agenda on the day of the hearing. So I have a couple examples. We've seen agenda items that urge the legislature to eliminate extra days for UOCAVA ballots. That was not on the agenda in advance. You added an agenda item same day to draft a resolution to the legislature to end no excuse absentee ballots. That was not on an agenda in advance. You added an agenda item to a letter to the EAC in response to the America First petition for documentary proof of citizenship. That was not on the agenda in advance. And then you also added an item to subpoena Fulton County. That was not on the agenda item in advance. All of these things you added to an agenda same day, did not give the public notice. And I certainly think, if it does, it certainly violates the spirit of the Open Records Act or the Open Meetings Act, if not the law of the Open Meetings Act. So I have you here. I want to ask you, why are we adding substantive issues last minute to the agenda, same day? Because as you know, it doesn't offer the public meaningful opportunity to respond when you do that.
Are you saying there's a violation of the Open Meetings Act?
I am saying that it certainly violates the spirit of it when you add a substantive issue.
What do you mean? One can always add items to the agenda. I'm sure everyone in this room has added items to the agenda in their meetings in the House and the Senate.
Is there a reason you're adding them last minute instead of adding them in advance with all the other agenda items?
It's just a matter of preparation time.
So why don't you add it to the next meeting?
Actually, several of those items were moved to the next meeting.
But you put them on the agenda same day instead of giving the public notice that you wanted to discuss them.
It's the meetings are the business of the state election board.
Yes, and the state election board has to comply with the Open Meetings Act, and you are accountable to the public. And if you are going to bring the substantive, meaty issues that affect the basic tenets of elections in Georgia, the public gets to know about it. So when you add these things last minute, it really gives the appearance that you don't want people to know what you're doing, and you don't want to hear from the public. And the public deserves better than that.
Nothing could be further from the truth.
You say what you say, but you're doing what you're doing. With all of these examples, you brought drafted proposals, right? You brought written proposals, so you knew you were doing this in advance. This wasn't something that came up the same day. You knew you were doing it in advance. You had the paperwork, you had it all drafted up, and you added it to the agenda day of, prohibiting the public a meaningful opportunity to respond either through the public comment period or in advance. So I would like to ask the state election board not to continue that practice. If you want to discuss these issues, to please give the public adequate notice that you are going to bring those things up.
Thank you.
Can you
The
do that?
state election board will run its own meetings. Thank you very much.
So what I'm hearing is you do not want to be transparent with
The
the public.
state election board will run its own meetings.
Okay.
And conduct its own meetings.
You are calling for transparency in your elections. In fact, it's on your slide. We hold you to the same standard, Dr. Johnson.
Right. And I keep that transparency every
No, ma'am.
day.
No, ma'am, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, ma'am, you don't. Let's talk about the lawsuit that American Oversight has filed against the state election board and you in your personal capacity.
I think you are out of order, Representative Draper, and that is an active lawsuit, and you need to stop it.
Dr. Johnson, you're not running this meeting. I'm running this meeting. Okay? Representative Draper, let's.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So American Oversight has filed a lawsuit against the state election board because of lack of transparency. Specifically with respect to you, it's about not releasing your emails. That again, the public has a right to see under the Open Records Act relating to these rules. So I'd like to ask you, since you're being sued in your personal capacity, I understand that the Attorney General would not defend you, and I understand that the governor would not defend you. They would not provide you legal counsel. Can you tell us why that is?
Representative Draper, if you would like to talk about personal legal actions, should we talk about your personal legal actions?
Ma'am, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm asking you about transparency because this has to do with emails about state election board rules.
I think your question is inappropriate.
It's not inappropriate, ma'am. You
Yes.
have on your slides an expectation of transparency in elections, yet when you have to comply with the Open Records Act, you are not complying. So much so that you have been sued, so much so that the Attorney General and the Governor's office will not even defend you.
Representative Draper, I would think since this is ongoing litigation that's currently going
Yes, it
on, we
is.
should probably move on to another question, please.
We certainly can, but these are allegations that have been made against you about your lack of transparency. Okay, so Dr. Johnson, I asked this to one of your colleagues not so long ago. Were you on the state election board when the decision was made when the Herschel Walker case came up where they were purchasing gas cards and it came up for investigation? There was a hearing on that. And the state election board ruled that there was no violation of election law in that case.
I was on the board, yes.
How did you vote on that?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, I'll refresh your memory. You said that there was not a violation in that case with the Herschel Walker campaign purchasing gas cards, and you said it wasn't purchasing in exchange for a vote. And I would just love to know your thinking on that.
I don't recall the details of the complaint.
Okay. So if, I don't know, let's say Jeff Duncan were to purchase gas cards for folks and hand it to them, and that case were to come in front of the state election board, do you think you would stay consistent in your position that that's not a violation of election laws?
I don't know what you're talking about.
If Jeff Duncan were to purchase gas cards and give it to people, would that...
Is he running for office?
I think so. Yeah. Would that be a violation of election law?
Who is he?
In your view? Consistent with your view on the Herschel Walker matter.
We frequently hear cases about gifts by candidates, and we deal with those on individually because of the details of each complaint. Where I feel, how I feel about gifts or anything of value, because I spoke out quite vocally about the Lyft vouchers.
Yeah, how do you reconcile that with the Herschel Walker vote?
Well, there is the issue is whether one is giving a something of value to register to vote or vote for a particular candidate.
So when Herschel Walker was giving out gas cards, he wasn't giving out something of value for a vote, but Lyft and giving a discounted ride to the polls was? Is that your position?
The issue, I don't recall the issues of Mr. Walker's complaint, the details of his complaint, but I think his attorney expressed the particulars of that such that the board voted as it did.
All right, so you view those two decisions as being consistent? Your decision on your vote on Lyft and your vote on Herschel Walker, you believe that they're different enough that it's consistent, that there's no contradiction in philosophy there?
Lyft was a gift of value to vote.
And giving out gas cards to people from the campaign with Herschel's name
I don't
wasn't...
think that was the argument that his attorney made in that case.
All right, well, we can come back to that. We'll look at that.
Why don't you?
Let's look at this screen here, because we've seen this screen before. And last time somebody brought this up, what I said was there's lots of reasons why these numbers look the way they look that are not nefarious. And it's concerning when the vice chair of the state election board presents these numbers as if it is something nefarious, because it either shows that you want us to believe something that isn't happening or that you don't understand what these figures are. So 2016 was obviously the year that we started automatic voter registration in Georgia. So it is not surprising that we see an increase in the number of registrations between 2016 and after 2016. But as I'm sure you know, these registered voters numbers, they include inactive voters, don't they, Dr. Johnson?
They do.
They do. So the fact that we are over 100% is understandable, right? Given that it includes inactive voter registrations, is it not?
No, it is not understandable. The national standard for total voter registrations, inactive and active, is 74%.
Except that
why would you say 104% is normal?
Because we have automatic voter registration. We have a higher rate of voter registration in Georgia.
So do other states.
No, we have one of the highest rates of voter registration in the country.
Yes, we do.
And because of, right. And that's, a lot of people would look at that as a good thing, that we're getting people registered.
104% is not a good thing.
But it includes inactive voter registration. So
there's no difference in an inactive voter when they request a ballot to vote. They get a ballot to vote. And there's an automatic reversion to make that person an active voter.
Yeah, but here's the
thing.
They
may be an ineligible voter.
If somebody moves within Fulton County, right?
Beg your pardon?
If somebody moves within Fulton County, their name is going to be on the registration list twice, right? And perhaps one is in an active status and one is not in inactive, that one is in active status, right? Now the question is, are they voting twice? No, right? Like, unless you have proof that these people are voting twice, which
We're talking about the voter rolls. We're not
Right.
talking about voting.
the presence of somebody on the voter rolls twice is not in itself evidence of fraud. And so the fact that we have over 100%, it is not in itself evidence of fraud. It is evidence of a living list where people are moving and coming off the rolls and getting added to the rolls. But in and of itself, it's not evidence of fraud. So when you put up a number like this and fearmonger, it gives the wrong impression that there is something wrong with having a moving, living list. But that is the only way that we can capture the data in a way that
This is not. There's no issue here. There's no accusation about fraud. This is just simply a metric, and it's a metric of performance. And,
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yeah, can Chairman Anderson have a question about this? Thank you.
I just wanted to add again, we try to deal with facts as much as we can. So I wanted to add a fact to deal with this particular subject matter. The number you see on the board up there on the screen, the 2024 number, is pre the 2025 voter, a lot of people call it purge, the deletions that we just completed in the state of Georgia, 470-something thousand voters. According to the Secretary of State's office, the current active voter percentage is 92% in Georgia, just to put the facts out there. So thank you.
That's very helpful. And obviously the people on that inactive voter list, they have to be on there before they can go through removal.
That's right.
Right. So I want to caution, especially someone in your position, from putting numbers like this on a screen in a presentation without giving the fuller facts and context. Thank you.
Well, this comes directly from the Election Assistance Commission. It's their numbers.
The numbers don't bother me. It's the context in which you were presenting them.
Well, the context is it tells a story that the state of Georgia has gone from 76% of total registered voters to 104%, and I'm glad to hear that they're down below 100% now.
It's the ebb and flow. It's the ebb and flow of automatic voter registration with regular list maintenance, aided by Eric, by the way. So there's a fuller story there, but I appreciate you bringing this, and thank you for your presentation.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Johnston.
Thank you.
All right, we are now going to move on to public comment. Just give me 1 second to get organized up here. We got quite a few people who have signed up to public speak today, per usual, which is great. We are going to allow for 2 minutes per speaker. I will call a name, and then I will call who's on deck behind them, so if they want to be getting prepared. First, we are going to call Mr. Earl Ferguson, followed by Sandra Burchart. And just let everybody know, when you have 30 seconds left, Molly will hold up a green sticky note up here. All right. Ready? Yes.
I'm Earl Ferguson, Fulton County, and I may be going to sound like a follow-up to what Jan Johnson has to say about the election stuff. I challenge voters in Fulton County. And I challenge people who have left the state of Georgia, who have registered or voted or done something else to disqualify them as eligible voters in Georgia. And according to our laws, they should be immediately removed. That's not happening. Fulton County does not do it, for example. Now, then that's part of the reason that your number is off. It's not because of the additional people coming in, it's the ones that are not being taken off. Let me calm down a minute. All right. After the last election, let me back up a second. A couple of years ago, Fulton County started and when I do challenges, they said they would no longer accept challenges to inactive voters. There's no justification for it. In June of last year, they formalized that with a document, and you have a couple of copies. There's some things right there being passed around that will show a copy of their statement. If you challenge voters. They go through to see who is inactive, and they remove them from the challenge. They will not allow them to be challenged. So after the federal election last year, presidential election, we looked to see how that was going. And we took Florida, and I came up with 2,000 Georgia registered, or Fulton County, Georgia registered voters who voted in the presidential election in Florida. And I challenged those. The challenges, first, the inactive ones were removed, the remainder were denied. Fulton County is not obeying the law, and they're hiding behind the document which I cited in that handout. Take a look, please. And it asks for a change in the voter law, which is outlined in that. I'd appreciate your attention to it. Thank you.
Mr. Ferguson. All right, Sandra Burchard, followed up by Betsy Shackelford.
My name is Sandra Burkhart. I send out a card to each one of you. It says, why is every county in Georgia required to use machines so fraudulent other states have outlawed them? Georgia currently has laws and procedures in place to use paper ballots in case there's a power failure. Why don't we do it? I know my legal vote does not count, and I'm tired of it not counting. People died for us to have legal votes that are verifiable. This is not a partisan issue. I know that there are a lot of people that run the elections and work hard and are people of integrity. It's about the machines. The machines must go. They are large, cumbersome to move and store, and complicated, far more than paper ballots. Training is also a more complicated issue. My son told me today that I didn't need to come to the lake, leave Lake Lanier and come down here today, and I answered him. I said, I am as important as George Washington. He didn't care that it was cold, and then he crossed the Delaware River. I'm willing to pray and do all I can to see that Georgia has, as Dr. Johnston has said, honest, legal, accurate elections, and they're verifiable. I admire Dr. Johnson and other volunteers that take their time to be part of the state election board, and I really am embarrassed for the way she was embarrassed by the attack of Sarai Draper.
Okay, let me just tell the public, we're going to be very kind and thoughtful in our comments, and we're not going to make them personal, and the committee's not going to respond, so let's just keep that in mind as we get up here to speak. All right, Ms. Shackelford, followed by Allison Largeman.
Thank you. This is not personal, but I am stunned that after the chaotic Clarksville meeting with the MAGA contingent of the SEB displaying its dysfunction and war with the Secretary of State in high relief, that Janice Johnston was invited to speak at this meeting and promulgate her conspiracy theory disinformation.
Ma'am, I just said we're not going to get personal, and you are. So
That is
let's
not
let no,
personal.
ma'am. You can finish up or not finish. It's
That
your
is
decision.
one paragraph. The
Okay.
rest of my statement
Let's get to the
has-
rest of your statement.
The NVRA is federal law, meaning approaches to circumvent it are illegal. It provides protections for elections and also for maintaining accurate voter registrations. It requires no list maintenance within 90 days of a federal election for lots of good reasons. It overrules local or state laws. It is to protect voters. Parties in power can unfortunately be blinded by the urge to protect their power and gain more power. That is why we have to have federal oversight. Georgia has seen a huge effort to disenfranchise voters in the past few years. Unfortunately, many people believe voter rolls are rife with fraud, although a tiny number of cases of fraud exist. I heard one such extremist accuse the County Board of Elections of keeping dead people on the voter rolls so that they could, quote, vote them in close elections. This is why the NVRA is so crucial to avoid such extremists from disenfranchising voters. often using only minimal information that doesn't account for lots of extenuating circumstances. And I want to provide my thanks to Representative Draper for her perfectly good.
Oh, go ahead.
She's done a great job on this committee as the only Democrat allowed to sit on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison Largeman, followed by, and I'm sorry, I'm going to probably butcher this last name, Kendra Bogleski.
Hello, thank you for all your service. I'm from Lee County, Allison Largeman, just down the road, and glad to be here. We've recently put out 2 polls on our local Lee County Facebook site, which illustrate that most voters who responded in our county have no confidence in our current voting system that is non-transparent and uses an unreadable QR code to tabulate ballots, generating ballot images now. The first poll we did was soon after, around 2021, after 2020. People were not happy with the machines then. They're still not now. In the interest of preserving integrity, transparency, and public confidence in our democratic process, Georgia should transition to hand-marked paper ballots for all elections. Hand-marked paper ballots provide a tangible, voter verifiable of intent, ensuring that every vote cast can be audited and recounted with accuracy and trust. Electronic ballot marking devices introduce unnecessary complexity and potential vulnerabilities into the voting process. Hand-marked paper ballots, by contrast, are not only more secure from cyber threats, but also less expensive to maintain and much easier to audit. They empower voters to directly mark their choices, reducing the risk of machine malfunctions, altering the outcome, as happened in DeKalb County with Michelle Longspears in 2022, the only known paper ballot comparison to the machine results so far in Georgia that is known today. As you may know, President Trump has recently requested a federal investigation of the paper ballots that were preserved in Fulton County, and hopefully we'll get to more truth if that investigation happens. Paper should not be hidden or destroyed and should be preserved as a record of truthful results and auditable. Moreover, numerous election security experts, including those from the National Academies of Science and Medicine, have recommended hand-marked paper ballots as the most reliable method for secure elections. By adopting this system, Georgia would join a growing number of states that prioritize election integrity and voter confidence. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Kendra Bogleski, followed by Michael Beach.
Good afternoon. I think I got to speak with most of you personally. My name is Dr. Kendra Bogleski, and I'm chair of the DeKalb County Republican Party. I put each one of you this document that is probably at the bottom of your pile at this point. But basically, I just wanted to go over our case, the DeKalb County GOP versus Raffensperger case. Recently, the Georgia Court of Appeals on September 19th, 2025 ruled in that case, they upheld the OCGA 21-2-300A requires only a one-time certification of voting systems like Dominion's DVS 5.x series prior to purchase and deployment. However, expert testimony in our case revealed that these systems store the encryption keys in clear plain text, violating 2005 VVSG and FIPS 140-2 standards. This allows bad actors to retrieve keys via simple SQL queries to decrypt passwords and execute transactions. Additionally, hard-coded admin passwords on publicly available t-shirts, these passwords probably have been around since 2008, are encrypted but not hashed, enabling decryption and untraceable actions. These flaws, we argue, render the initial machine certifications illegitimate. Therefore, I urge you to decommission all the DVS 5.x systems immediately and enact legislation mandating perpetual certification with regular security audits for election machines. Alternatively, transition to hand-marked, hand-counted paper ballots ensures secure, verifiable processes. You all have the power to safeguard our elections, and we would appreciate your attention to this matter.
Thank you very much for your time and for the handout. All right, Michael Beach, followed by Al Pearson.
Thanks to all of you for doing all of these meetings. I know this has been tough and everything, and certainly by moving around the states. I'm Michael Beach. I'm just an assistant poll manager. I won't say anything else there. I want to stress a few summary points after attending all of these meetings that just occur to me, at least. First, I'm sorry, with all due respect, our state election board must start operating differently. That means clear priorities, timely decision-making, backing our election officials so they can do the work voters expect. After the last meeting of the SEB, the one that was here today and so on, I would just say that things aren't working the way that they should. I would suggest that they are potentially so broken. I'd reorganize it back to the way the SEB was several years ago, SOS on the board, and it was functional and it got work done. I'd suggest we move back to that. Second, the ERIC system is a practical bipartisan tool that helps states vet voter rolls accurately and there is no substitute as folks are talking about getting rid of it. Let's encourage our neighboring states to rejoin the system and move forward and make these voter rolls the best they can be, while keeping in mind that the NVRA always makes a 4-year lag time between elections. And so we just have to accept that. That's the federal law, unless you get that changed. That's a legal process, not a database glitch, so please stick with that. Voter challenges, as that was changed in previous laws from you folks, these challenges burden election officials with removal requests created using inferior public data system dependent systems or hearsay. Challengers should be required to certify that the challenge is factual, correct, and that they have personal knowledge of the facts under penalty of perjury. Finally, fund the Secretary of State's office to do what's needed. Get rid of these QR codes. Do what you've got to do. But please consider some of these aspects. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Mr. Al Pearson, followed by Max Clavio.
Just responding to a couple of comments that were made previously. One thing I would like to say, any deficiencies in voter registration rolls is inevitable because you've got a fluid body of people coming in and out of that list. But any deficiencies that you may see in the voter registration list as they're maintained over time and as purging takes place doesn't corrupt the voting process itself. And one of the best ways to determine that is when you have an election, if we had better compliance with the number of voter lists idea, or there was maintenance of poll books, you'll be able to look at that list of people who actually show up and vote, and then you can go back on that list if you're really interested in looking into voter irregularities or fraud. You can compare, you can look at that list and determine whether there are any non-citizens who are voting. That's as good a place to do it. I mean, you do it at the back end. Everybody's worrying about registration, and that's important because that has a lot to do with the administration of elections. But in terms of whether those problems corrupt the voting process, we have data right there that's available. The number of voter lists and the poll books should be organized and regulated in a way to provide us that information. So if people are doubtful about it, they can get that list and they can do the work themselves. Don't put the work on the election officials or the local election board. If you think it's wrong, show your work, and you got a list to work from. And what we have right now is no people, non-citizens, are voting in elections in Georgia. I visited a number of election boards and asked them about this just to get some anecdotal sense. And it's an easy solvable problem, but we're manufacturing something that I think is creating an overreaction. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, next we'll hear from Max Clavio, followed by Lana Gauthier-Paz.
Thank you. This is your 6th meeting. You've gone all around the state. You've done exactly what you said you were going to do. The meetings are well organized, and I want to commend you for that. 3 things I hope you will consider as a result. 1, we've heard a lot of concerns about the Dominion voting system. The legislature passed laws to ban the QR codes. 5 months till the next election in 26, when that law is supposed to be in effect. The Secretary of State has done nothing to deploy changes through our 159 counties. Therefore, that means they don't intend to comply with the law. The solution, hand-marked paper ballots. Second, there's no confidence in the results. The legislature, once again, passed a law to have an audit, but the Secretary of State hired a fox to guard the hen house. Did an audit. Oh, there's no issues whatsoever. Solution, engage AICPA certified accountants to perform comprehensive audits after each election before certification. Third, we got to do something about the lawfare. We've already talked about how SEB members have faced many lawsuits. The senator that represents the district I'm in was swept into the Fannie Willis case. There was a board member from the BRA, heard it with my own ears, that said when talking about voterless maintenance, we can't make any changes or Mark Elias will sue us. What? From what I understand, a lot of BREs have been put on notice. That's got to stop. So the solution there, we need legislation to indemnify election officials. We already have laws that protect the poll workers. We need it for election officials. So you've been all around the state. You've done a great job. Please, we're counting on you. Don't let us down.
Thank you. All right. Lana Gauthier-Paz, followed by Eric Christensen.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lana Gauthier-Paz. I'm the Senior Georgia Campaign Manager with All Voting is Local. First, I want to thank you all for convening this 6th meeting of this study committee. Over the course of 6 hearings, you've taken time away from your families, full-time jobs, to really listen and engage and deeply understand the complex work of election administration. So I just really want to thank you all for your time in that. Throughout these past 6 meetings, you've heard from a broad range of experts and practitioners. You've listened to technology and security experts, from verified voting, from the National Council of State Legislatures, from folks at ERIC who have discussed list maintenance. You've heard from people in the Secretary of State's office, from elections directors. I just really want to encourage you all, while you're writing the recommendation for in the process of writing the recommendation for this committee afterwards, to go back and look at those presentations and review those notes, and really just fully soak in all of that information that was provided. I also want to encourage this committee to keep centering the voices of election administrators throughout this final report and in future legislation coming up when the legislature starts back in January. As y'all all know, we have an election is going on right now, and there will be the election day in November. This is your opportunity. Y'all aren't on the ballots this year, so it's a great time to go to an elections office and see an election process, like an election day, happen in person. And I just really encourage you all to take that opportunity while you can this year and you're not busy campaigning for yourselves, to go and watch an election process firsthand, be there for the certification meeting, be there for those processes afterwards, because I think it just really helps give you guys a much better understanding of the process when you're not just talking about it or hearing about it, but you're seeing it with your own eyes. So again, I just want to thank everyone in this committee for all your work, and again, continue centering the voices of election officials. Thank you.
Okay, Eric, followed by Monica Spencer.
Good afternoon. Eric Christensen. This is kind of a follow-up to my last presentation. I apologize I couldn't get to the embedded document in my PowerPoint, but here's 3 things that we need to do. One is we need to go back to precinct processing and posting of election results on election day. Okay, that's the way we used to do it. That's why most of the country does it. We've got to follow the law. We don't follow the law right now. All the reconciliations that are required are not being followed. We don't have the paper numbered list of voter. We don't have paper eligible list of voter. We have no way to reconcile anything. So if we think about what Professor Stark said, evidence-based elections, that's where we need to be. And finally, secure the evidence. The evidence are the ballots. The ballots can't go back to the people who have counted them. The ballots need to be sequestered. They need to be given to the sheriff and locked up. And since we're 99.99% sure that everything's right in Dominion, we've got the scan of them, so we don't need the actual paper ballots. The next thing is this document was embedded, and I told Sarah about this, or Syra, I'm sorry, about this last time. I know she's my DeKalb County representative, so she's already read it and agrees with it. But adopt the things that are in here, because these things in here fix most of the problems, and we need to have some cover so we don't get sued on everything with the Georgia Supreme Court or whoever. I mean, we've got to stop the law here. It's just ridiculous. This is really pragmatic, basic stuff. And if we do this, we've got a, kind of a blueprint to fix the rest of this stuff. I mean, the whole election code, 603 pages, come on. That's just ridiculous. The whole thing needs a rewrite. It needs to be pushed into the rules. We need to have a high-level election code that you guys all agree on. The right thing to do. Push all the rules out there to the state election board. The state election board will do the job. Yes, there's some dysfunction, but that can be cleared up. So I think we're heading in the right direction. Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you. Monica Spencer's next, followed by Victoria Cruz.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fleming and committee. I'm Monica Spencer, the Georgia State Director for Vote Riders. Vote Riders is a provider of voter ID assistance and education. We are a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization with a very simple but true mission, powerful mission, and that's to make sure that no eligible voter is denied their voice because of a voter ID law. In Georgia and across the country, Vote Riders provides clear information about voter ID requirements. We assist individuals in obtaining an ID to vote, and we educate individuals about voter ID laws that can be intimidating and at sometimes suppressive. Every day I work in Georgia with voters who have been disenfranchised from the electoral process, and I'm here today to implore you to consider Georgia election laws and procedures that will remove impediments, obstacles to voters, and encourage them to express their voice and exercise their right to vote. At times, again, voter ID laws can create confusion and they can be restrictive, preventing voters from casting their ballots. And our studies have shown here in the state of Georgia, over 76,000 eligible voters do not have an ID they can use to vote. And the lack of ID really disproportionately impacts young Georgians. Voting is a right afforded to all citizens of this state, and everyone who is eligible and desires to deserves the freedom to vote their conviction with ease and in a safe and supportive environment. The foundation of our democracy is the right to vote. The right to vote is sacred and must be honored and safeguarded, especially the right for people who have been historically discriminated against and whose votes have been suppressed. My hope is that we would embrace opportunities to engage citizens in the electoral process by improving accessibility, availability, and access. Vote Riders is committed to helping citizens get a state-issued ID, and in so doing, help them gain access to the ballot box, as well as access to employment, housing, healthcare, and services that will transform their lives. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for the work that you do to empower all of Georgians.
Thank you. All right, Victoria Cruz, followed by Stephen Alisher.
Good afternoon, committee. I'm Victoria Cruz from Oconee County. I'm a voter interested in election integrity. One of my first things to say right away is I believe the state election board must be independent of the Secretary of State. No man can be the judge in his own cause, and we're going to go through another election where the Secretary of State and his Assistant Gabriel Sterling will both be involved in their own elections. There is a conflict of interest in there, and that should be paid attention to. Also, the state election board needs to have its own independent funding. The members should get legal representation when they are sued for actions. I just want to point out, the entity suing Dr. Johnston is American Oversight. It's an activist and litigation organization focusing on filing open records requests that target Republican interests, especially the administration and supporters of President Trump. The organization was launched in 2017, following in response to the first election of Trump, and it continues through to today with all their open records requests. I want to talk about the machines too. You don't know. The machines are all connected to the internet. This merging of No Ink and Dominion into Liberty is giving electronic voting systems electronic access from beginning to the end of the voting system. We have enhanced voting who does the reporting. You also let the Secretary of State allowed enhanced voting to do the audit, the image audit. After the founder of enhanced voting, one of the founders, also said that images are unreliable for audit, and yet he paid $5 million for that audit. It was an illegitimate audit. We need independent audits. And there was one more thing.
Let's wrap it up.
Mail voting is insecure and should not be advocated to be increased, except for people who need it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Stephen Alisher, and this next name I'm having trouble with because I can't only read it, but I think the last name is Segan, Segan. When we get to the end of the list, if you weren't called upon, just let us know because we cannot read it. But go ahead, Stephen.
I'm Stephen Alisher, Coney County. I'm basically going to echo a lot of what you've already heard, so I apologize. We are advocating for paper ballots hand-marked, even though it sounds like a throwback to 1,000 years ago. The Secretary of State wore out your carpet saying that they were best in class on everything. I disagree strongly, and a lot of people here do. The Secretary of State and special interest groups have repeatedly complained about the changing any procedures such as using hand-marked paper ballots. They allege that it'll always lead to election chaos, render ballot reconciliation not possible, and even weaken democracy. Election workers are constantly threatening to collapse if it's 30, 60, 90 days before the next event in the election cycle. A couple weeks back, Dr. Philip Stark brought some rational perspective about the accuracy and statistical reliability of the machines, including the use of risk-limiting audits, which is, as practiced by the Secretary of State, completely illegitimate. I'm not a statistician, but I've had a lot of statistics. It is a ridiculous thing to say an RLA is reliable. Finally, any thoughts about eliminating the state election board, I feel, are misplaced and ill-advised. The SEB, among its other functions, acts to bring illumination and a measure of truth to election problems. And as Victoria said, the Secretary of State cannot self-administer it because of its own inherent conflicts. The SEB needs to be financially supported, administratively supported, and legally supported. Thank you.
Ethan Compton, followed by Julie Adams.
Good afternoon. I'm Ethan Compton, the election supervisor for Urban County. Welcome to South Georgia. I am here speaking on behalf of the Urban County Board of Elections and Registrations. Y'all are talking about your interest in clean voter rolls and integrity of the voter registration. That's an interest of us as well. Only so much can be done with the data that we receive from especially other state entities when applied to the voter rolls, that when DDS or Department of Corrections or Public Health do not have consistent data entry standards, do not have levels of data consistency, when we get garbage in, we're going to get garbage out, and that might be in the form of duplicates because it doesn't correctly flag a name change. People get married and change their last names. Sometimes somebody at DDS might get a digit wrong when punching in somebody's date of birth. These can lead to problems, and we can't do all the guesswork ourselves in the counties without the risk of infringing somebody's rights by making a false assumption. We do need to invest in better data consistency and tracking from the actual agencies that feed into the voter rolls. We need to look into just increasing the standards for the whole state so that we can trickle down to the voter rolls being cleaner. When it comes to our precincts and having provisionals on election day, we already have the technology in place during early voting to be able to filter and report voters by precinct when we report those people on election night. We have the technology and capability to have vote centers on election day, which would especially help individuals who are traveling and work near one precinct and live at another. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. Appreciate what you do. Ms. Adams, and 1 minute, Julie. This next one, I cannot read the name, but it looks like they're with the Macon County Board of Elections. Who's next? It's okay. I'm fine. You're up next. That's okay.
Thank you. I'm Julie Adams, and I'm not here on behalf of the Fulton County Board of Registrations and Elections. I really appreciate you all spending your time going out to all of the areas of Georgia for legislation considerations for this year. There have been a lot of things, and I just want to give a priority list that we've heard about most of this already, but I think hand-marked paper ballots counted in the precinct should be a very high priority. It is very apparent that there is a lot of problems with the SEB, and I believe a lot of them is because it's not separated from the Secretary of State's office. I think the SEB does need full funding and complete independence. I think early voting limited to 1 week would save a lot of cost, a lot of confusion, and the cost is just unbelievable, and I think that 1 week is plenty. I think making Election Day being the last day to accept ballots, I know that UACAVA is accepted for 3 days. It really makes it much harder for us to certify that the ballots aren't in until 3 days later, and we could rectify this by sending them out 3 days earlier. And I think we need to end opt-out registration with the DDS. We also need annual independent voter roll audits. And I think those are the highest priorities for Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's okay. Up next after you would be Field Searcy.
Well, I didn't really come here prepared to speak. We were more here to gain more information about tailoring early voting to help assist in the financial problems that it gives. We're neighboring right next door to Sumter County, and we had our monthly meeting yesterday, and we just started talking about it. And I said, they put another meeting in for us in this part of the state, and we look it up and we find out it's today. So don't have a lot of time to prep, but I just want to reiterate that it is greatly important. We look at our finances, we prepared our budget. We're so over budget because of some local issues that required additional, and then the PSC primaries and then runoffs. And our tiny little county, we have a little over 7,000 voters, and we've already spent nearly $12,000 on the PSC. It's such a burden. And I can assure you, in a county our small, with our organizations, everybody knows everybody, 1 week and a Saturday would be gracious plenty time, and it would help so much for small rural counties. And I really wish that we could legislate to tailor You know, maybe it could be parametered on number of voters, and it would work for everyone because it is an extreme burden for us. And I thank y'all for coming to our part of the state.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate you. All right, Phil Searcy, and then followed by Sam Caroline from Grady County. Carline, I'm sorry, couldn't read it either.
Good afternoon. My name is Field Searcy. I'm from Grady County. Dr. Bogowski referred to the DeKalb versus Raffensperger case where the passwords are on T-shirts. We have them for sale at Jordan's for Truth, by the way. So we have a, anyway. For 23 years, Georgia has lived under an unconstitutional voting system. From Diebold to Dominion, we've had a system that has not met minimum standards and it has been in contravention of Georgia Constitution, Article 2, Section 1, Paragraph 1, method of voting. Elections by the people shall be by secret ballot and shall be conducted in accordance with procedures provided by law. Federal law mandates a maximum of 1 error per 10 million ballot positions under 53 United States Code 21081, subparagraph 5. A ballot position is an individual candidate or item on the ballot to be selected. In the 2024 Grady County general election, there were 284 QR code signature mismatch errors in 10,768 ballots. That's 366,000 ballot positions. This was determined by examining 11 slog files from the ICP tabulators. The QR code signature mismatch error was found in Tennessee and confirmed by the Election Assistance Commission, and Dominion confirmed it. The Tennessee Secretary of State recommended discontinuing the use of the system. Georgia must do the same. Investigate the impact to the statewide elections in 2024 and 2025. Discontinue use of the system until recertified to meet federal election standards. To preserve Georgia's constitutionality and comply with federal requirements, defer use of Dominion Liberty Vote in federal elections. Return sovereignty of our elections back to the people, not the corporations. Let's go back to hand-marked, hand-counted paper ballots now.
Thank you. Sam? And up next will be Dave Worley. Thank you.
Thank you, representatives, for holding this around the state. We really appreciate coming down here to South Georgia.
Closer to you.
Yeah, it's closer to me. I'm from Grady County, of course, and down in Grady County, and like the rest of the world around here, we grow peanuts, cotton, and pine trees. And you can do a lot of paper ballots from Georgia pine trees right here in the South, and we'd be glad to provide them. So I wanted to talk to you just a little bit about what I handed to you, and basically that's an overview of some experts that are telling you the problems with the current voting system that we have. And it's a petition to go to hand-marked paper ballots, and we'd love to see them counted at the precinct on Election Day. Now, Dominion has just been sold to Liberty, who the owner of No Ink, and that ties it all together to where it's like a single base system if it's left in the condition that it's in. Now, if I go out here in the parking lot and I get a Toyota and I pull the badge off of it and put it over on a Ford, does that make that Ford a Toyota? It does not. And that's what we're being asked to accept here. Just because the guy's a Republican, Representative Draper, I don't trust him any more than I do any of the rest of them. I just don't trust voting machines. We want to get rid of electronic voting in our state. My dad used to say, he had a lot of things he said, and I'll try to polish it. You can't make chicken salad out of chicken scratch. And that's what we're being asked to do with Dominion. You've had expert after expert tell y'all that it can't be modified to be a secure system. Hand-marked paper ballots counted at the precinct. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. All right, Mr. Worley, and then next will be Randy Howard.
I'm David Worley. I'm chair of the Voter Protection Committee of the Democratic Party of Georgia. First, I wanted to thank all of you for the time that you've put in going around the state and listening to the evidence that you're presented. You have a responsibility to actually look at the evidence and make your recommendations on the basis of that evidence. And you've been presented two kinds of evidence. For example, the actual cost it would cost the state in getting out of ERIC, in having to negotiate memorandum of understanding with 25 different states, the raw costs of acquiring data there. And I'd urge you, in the time you have left before your report, to actually talk to the other states that have gotten out of ERIC and get the actual cost figures for what it has cost them and what it will cost us if we do the same. I very much appreciate your looking at the data and getting behind the numbers. For instance, knowing that our registration rate is 92%, not 103%, and also looking to see that that includes inactive voters who aren't voting. So that's one kind of evidence, the raw data. The other kind of evidence you've had is the behavior of people who've testified before you. And you all got to see up close and personal in Cartersville that our state election board is completely dysfunctional. And it's dysfunctional at an increasing cost to taxpayers. And you were able to see here today that it also involves a defiance of the legislative will and the intent of the General Assembly. So we would again urge you to abolish the SEB. Thank you.
Mr. Worley. Randy Howard? No? Okay. Elizabeth Hendrickson?
Good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth Hendrickson from Cobb County. I've listened to and watched the SEB for over a year. The dysfunction and partisanship is growing. To minimize this partisanship, if you don't abolish it, put the Secretary of State back as the chair, clarify some ethics rules, and have some eligibility requirements for members to ensure that they're focused on a fair process rather than on preferred outcomes of cases or preferred benefits of a rule for a political party. That they have a thorough understanding of the election code, and some good candidates might include former elections officials. Thank you for holding these meetings and for listening carefully to a huge amount of information from a variety of people. I appreciate the dedication of all who take the time to attend these meetings and share their views. It is one of the greatest parts of being an American that we can communicate directly with those who have the power to make the laws. You have now got a large, complex job sorting through the various opinions and evidence and sets of facts and interpretations that you have heard and seen. As you do so, please give great weight to the opinions of the professionals. They have the best understanding of the consequences of proposed changes, and please give great weight to the testimony of the experts who have evidence, rather than to the fears and opinions of those who are self-proclaimed studiers of problems and who focus on what might happen if a series of exceedingly unlikely events were to occur, or to repeating anomalies over and over. This misplaced focus leads to unnecessary drama and fear-mongering and to proposed rules that address unlikely scenarios. As you make needed changes and updates, please ignore the distracting rhetoric and devote your time and your resources to solving our very real problems and making voting more convenient and accessible for all Georgians. Thank you.
Thank you. And I cannot read the name, but it's somebody from Muskogee County Board of Elections. And then we'll be followed up by Robert Hayes. Hey.
Thank you all for being here. And I'm from Muskogee County. I'm not from the election board. I'm from the Republican Party. I'm vice chair. But I'm in charge of the poll watcher training and poll watcher leader that deploys the poll watchers. So one of the briefings, and I appreciate the presenters, costs on the impact of early voting on counties. This is a fact. So Muskogee County on election 2024 deployed 8 scanners in 3 locations. In one day, first day of early voting, we had 7,500 voters. That's a lot of voters. This PSC race, as of last night, 577 voters. Why? Is because the election boards and the communities do not advertise elections. By law, and this is part of, I hope what y'all could look at, by law, the election board just has to advertise in the newspaper one time, and that's it. We have multiple social media platforms, we have television, we have radio, and there has to be a way for the state to get out the word for elections to step one time in a newspaper. So with that said, let me talk about what happened on election day. The law states that no political affiliates can be within 150 feet of polling locations. That's law. However, in Muskogee County, and I don't know if it happened throughout the state, we had what is called DJ at the polls. They pulled up in vans and in SUVs, pulled out amplified music equipment, and started blasting the music. Voters, because I was in charge of the poll watchers, I'm at these different locations, people are leaving because they were intimidated by the music. People inside, and I went inside the polling locations, you could literally hear the music inside the polling locations. I'd recommend that we look at the law. 150 feet is fine for signs and people politicking. I got that. However, we may want to look at a law to ban amplified equipment and these big TVs that run around on pickup trucks now. Vote for whoever. That's not what we're there for. Thank you very much for your time. If you want to talk to me after this, let me know.
Appreciate it. Robert Hayes. No, Rodney Connors. Shirley Latimer. Okay. Oh, that's okay. You want to come to?
Good afternoon. I would just like to take this time to thank you for selecting Sumter County. I am Dr. Shirley Latimore. I'm a member of the Sumter County Board of Election, and we would like to say thank you for coming and presenting this to this part of Georgia. I have thoroughly enjoyed just coming and listening and learning. There are quite a few things that we need to look at and to approach, and things take time. And everyone has an opinion, but like I said, just take time, really review, do your research, and come back. And of course, we're all about integrity and making sure that every vote counts. So thank you all for coming and selecting. Thank everyone for coming here to express yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Andres with Common Cause Georgia. Followed up by Tamara Favorito.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Andres Parra, and I'm the Senior Organizing Manager with Common Cause Georgia, a civic engagement organization dedicated to government transparency, voting, and fair representation. I want to start by thanking you for your efforts to hold these meetings, travel around the state, and hear from experts and the community on our election system. Today in particular, I want to thank you for listening to the expertise of committed community activists and organizers. And I want to state support for those recommendations, prioritizing a commitment from the state around protecting and increasing accessibility to polling locations, offering state funding for election polling locations to be appropriately managed, allow voters to vote at any polling location in their district, as in early voting, and create safeguards to protect early voting. These recommendations have been demonstrated to increase voter participation and keep our elections safe. I ask you to stay grounded in the facts and reject conspiracy theories. I support these types of solutions as a way to expand and protect our democracy in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Tamara, followed by Garland.
I'm Tamara Favorito with Voter GA, and today I want to talk to you about the Secretary of State moving our voter registration data to the cloud. They did that without the consent of the legislature, and I refer you to OCGA 21-211 for that. Jarvis cloud-based voter registration really eliminates SOS control over our voter registration data. Third-party service providers can deplatform Georgia's entire voter registration system at any point. Salesforce relies on Amazon web-based services, which abruptly deplatformed Parler some years ago, and it's never recovered. Cloud-based voter registration is vulnerable to massive extreme security risk. Salesforce was already sued for security breaches and for not informing the customers of those breaches. Jarvis implementation in the 2023 municipal elections resulted in over 3,500 support tickets. The Salesforce cloud forces Georgia to share system resources with its other customers. The shortage of resources caused a 5-hour outage on Election Day in May of 2024. The system has not functioned correctly since implementation, and there's many election directors that don't trust it. Voter GA has an active lawsuit against Secretary of State for outsourcing, basically because ENAT was a much more secure system. The details of all of these issues that I've mentioned will be included in Voter GA's Voter System Security Study that we'll deliver to you after your last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Garland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your work on that ENAT system. It's very secure. There were no comments, public comments allowed in Clarksville, and I wanted to provide you a 2-minute historical context about the relationship between the State Election Board and the Secretary of State's office. In 2006, the SEB had supervisory authority over the Secretary of State's office. But in 2007, House Bill 1112 removed that supervisory authority, and the Secretary of State set up an IG office, which then conducted all election investigations within the Secretary of State's office. At that point in time, being there at that time, I realized that all of the elections from that point on were politicized. I'll give you 4 examples real quickly. In 2008, an elections director accidentally certified 947 test votes, but the Secretary of State's office tried to prosecute a voting system technician who was not present for the accumulation and had no legal responsibility for the certification. In another case in 2008, there were 2 major upsets, and a board member took the results home in a spreadsheet, brought them back the next day, ordered a Diebold technician to enter them into the system, and the new results reversed those 2 races, and the winning challengers were never took office. In 2017, the U.S. District Court found that Secretary of State's investigations of the KSU server breach was, quote, flatly not credible, unquote. And then fast forward to 2024, the Secretary of State's legal counsel claims that there were no problems in Fulton County's election case in 2020. No problems were contradicted by 3 expert witnesses who confirmed that there were over 50,000 certified votes with no source ballot, badge, or tabulator tape. These are the reasons why the State Election Board has to be fully independent, funded, and have full investigative authority. And if you check those American Oversight ORRs, you'll find out that they were never originally sent to Dr. Johnson in the first place, and therefore any accusations of transparency promises are just flat lies.
All right, thank you, Garland. All right, is there anybody that we forgot? There was a few names that were ineligible that we couldn't read. If there are, please stand up. I apologize. Looks like they might have already left. Good for us. All right. No, sir. No. Well, we have a hard 3:30 out of the room, and it's 3:33, so we actually did good on timing today. But thank you all for being here. I appreciate y'all's attendance. I want to give you notes. All presentations that were presented today to the committee will be put on the committee's website through our General Assembly's website, which is legis.ga.gov/house. Also, if you'd like to submit any public comment, you can send it to Molly right here to my left through the link on our committee website. Thank you all for all being here, and hope everybody has safe travels home.